Spring had sprung in Appalachia, and when Glimmer came to me one evening before sunset, I assumed she had just missed me. I hadn't seen her in a while, and I was beginning to become worried that something had happened to her. It wasn't unusual for her to be gone for a while, but it was rare to go a whole week without seeing her. "Hey," I said, as she looked up guiltily as she came to the porch. I had been sweeping the winter's dust and leaves away, and I was surprised that she hadn't seen me. Something was on her mind, that much was obvious, and I was worried that maybe her distance had something to do with me. Perhaps we weren't as close as I had thought, and this was my visit to let me know.
"Hey, can we take a walk? I need to speak with you."
"Dear John," I said under my breath, and Glimmer turned her head a little in confusion.
"I'm Glimmer, remember? I don't know this John."
I shook my head. "I'm just being a smartass. Let me let Grandpa know I'm stepping out for a while." Grandpa was asleep in his recliner, so I just left him a note on the kitchen table. I made sure I had my leather pouch of sigils and awards, the wooden totem that Grandpa had made me, what he claimed would act as a secondary focus, and grabbed my walking stick, which was my primary focus. I added a coat, it was a little chilly, and went out to find Glimmer leaning against the railing of the porch.
"Expecting trouble?"
"Well, that's the thing about trouble," I said, putting on a passable grandpa voice. "If you always expect it, then it can't creep up on you." She laughed, but cut it off suddenly, as if she remembered something that she'd been trying not to think about. Yeah, this was looking like I want to be friends talk more and more. We stepped into the woods, the sun not yet fully set, and as we passed beneath the trees, it was hard not to feel at ease with the arms of nature around you. I would have never thought I'd be at ease in the woods, not as much as I was, but it appeared that Grandpa had been right when he said that the green sea became like home after a while. The night creatures were just beginning to tune up, the owls coming from their dens, the bats waiting in the hollows of trees and small caves, the crickets and night larks warming up for the coming concert. The lightning bugs wouldn't be back for another month at least, and unfortunately, they would bring the mosquitoes with them. Glimmer seemed to take in none of it. She kept rubbing her arms, her lovely, bare arms that glittered like fresh moonlight, and it made me uneasy. I wasn't used to seeing her like this. Glimmer was always so in control, so sure of herself, and she looked like she might be about to shake apart. I was worried that this might not be a breakup talk, but maybe something else had happened. Death in the family, an ultimatum from her parents. "Glim," I said finally, stopping to look at her. "What's going on? I've never seen you this nervous." She took a few more steps, getting about 8 feet away from me, as if she thought she might have to run.
Well, you've probably noticed that I haven't been to see you in a few weeks."
I nodded slowly, waiting for more.
"Well, in my culture, I am now at the age where one might get married. In fact, I am past the age of betrothal, if we're being honest. In your world, you would say I am in the prime of life, and my people consider me too great an asset to remain unjoyed."
I nodded again, leaning against the tree I had stopped beside, bracing myself for the blow. She worried at her perfect lip, squinting at the setting sun as if trying to blind herself.
"My father has betrothed me to another. I told him I was already betrothed."
I felt my breath stick in my throat. "Oh," I finally said. She rubbed at her shoulders, looking cold and miserable, but not ready to let it conquer her. I understand," I said, trying to soothe some of the obvious hurt. "It isn't like it was really something you wanted. It's just something you have to do. I hope he's a good guy. I hope he knows what a gift he has. I won't make it hard and ask you to stay friends with me. I wish you well, and I hope you're...
I told my father I had already agreed to a marriage proposal.
That took the wind out of me. What?
I told him I could not be betrothed to his choice. I had given my heart away already.
We just stood there, looking at each other, as night cast its cloak across us. As the moon hit glimmer, she shimmered like a crystal chandelier, and I was suddenly in awe of her beauty. Well, that is something. Anyone I know? I asked, smiling a little.
It is you, fool. I have chosen you to be my mate. You infuriating mainling. I love you, and I want you to be my bone mate.
She stood there after she'd finished, seeming unsure whether I would agree or not. Her lack of assurance was a little flattering. The thought that I would reject the love of this literal goddess was unthinkable. Glimmer was something special, a gem all her own, and I would have been the biggest fool to turn her down. I had gone from fermenting devastation to nurturing a growing feeling of disbelieving joy. I ran to her and wrapped her in my arms, her stiffness melting away as we embraced. She melted against me, and the kiss we shared was more than simple passion. The idea that she wanted me as much as I wanted her was something completely unbelievable to me, and it would take time for the smile to work its way off my face. She laughed as we broke our kiss, putting her hands against my chest as we clung to each other.
By the goddess, I had thought you would be furious with me. I hadn't even asked your intentions, and I feared I would have to return to the camp in shame. I had played this scenario out of my head for days, and never did I think you would want to join with me.
I kissed the top of her head, not having the heart to tell her that it was I who couldn't believe she wanted to join with me. We practically skipped through the forest now, our fingers laced together as the creatures played us a victory march. So, I asked when I finally found my voice, what happens now?
Now you must meet my parents at my camp.
Wow. I don't even think Grandpa's ever been invited to a Moonchild camp.
Moon elves, and I fear I may have led you to expect something humble from the word camp. You will have to be presented before the Court of Moons, my camp's council. My father sits on that council, and I am called First Hunter by my people. That is a title, not a name, and it's something I have earned.
I realized that I might need to know her name if I was going to be amongst her people. So if we're going to be married, it might be best if I knew your actual name. Glimmer looked a little lost for a moment before breaking into very musical laughter.
Forgive me. You and Fisher have called me Grimmer for so long that I've never felt I needed to tell you the name the mood has created to me.
She stopped in the path, taking my hands and looking at me evenly.
To you and your grandfather, I am Glimmer. To my people, my family, and my hunters, I am Larelia of Clan Marsovic.
I promptly spent a few minutes butchering it before she finally nodded and smiled. It's a beautiful name.
It that shelters beneath the boughs in my language. Marsovic is my clan name, and you will take it once we are wed, since you don't have a clan name amongst my people.
That's not gonna seem weird, is it? I don't want to insult them if it's usually the woman who takes the man's name. I don't mind either way, but I don't want to insult your people. Glimmer shook her head.
Those who come in from outside the camp often take the name of their mate. It would only be within the camp anyway. Out here, I would still be Glimmer if you like.
You'll always be Glimmer to me. I suppose, though, if we're trading names, then you might want mine, too. Glimmer stopped for a moment, laughing again as she put her face in her hands.
Oh my, yes, I suppose I would need to know your name. I cannot introduce you to my family as Hunter.
I nodded. That was certainly true. Marcus. Marcus Carmichael. She looked mystified.
And what does it mean to your people?
Nothing, I guess. Marcus was my grandfather's name, my dad's dad, who died before I was born. He died a week before I was born, and Dad always said that he'd been very excited to meet me. My grandmother had died a few years before, and he was preparing to sell his house and come help my parents with me. Then, very suddenly, he had a heart attack and died. So my dad wanted to name me after him, in his memory. I guess that's what it means to my people. I'm named after him, so I can keep his spirit alive. Glimmer nodded, our path having taken us back to the edge of Grandpa's property. The lights were on, so I supposed that Grandpa had woken up from his nap, and I could smell the chimney from the kitchen pushing up good-smelling smoke. I invited Glimmer in for a bite, but she said that as much as she would like to, she needed to get back and make preparations for our betrothal.
This had weighed on me for some time, and now I can begin preparing my camp for your arrival.
My arrival?
Well, yes. You must meet my parents and my camp and be presented to them. Then we will betroth in ceremony and exchange tokens of affection to seal our commitment to each other.
Oh, okay. What do you need me to bring with me? What sort of token of affection is expected?
It can be anything, just a symbol of our love for others to see.
How long should I pack for?
Oh, 7 nights at the most. I shouldn't think it should take longer than that.
A whole week, I said, my mind racing as I thought over what I would take with me and what I would need to do to prepare to go.
If it is too much to ask, I understand. If you need time to...
No. I'm just trying to think of what I'll need to take with me. I'll need nice clothes, and I'll need to tell Grandpa that I'll be gone for a week so he doesn't worry. Guess my cell phone probably won't work there. Will it? Glimmer shrugged, another gesture she had learned from me, and one that looked very out of place.
I have no idea. We have never had one of your fairy boxes there before. We shall have to see. My mother would probably enjoy the stories about the silly cats that you often show me.
I smiled, the thought of showing YouTube videos to a group of glimmers just seeming very surreal. I'll have to find some good ones and download them, just in case.
Well then, I will see you tomorrow night to lead you there. Until then, my love.
Grandpa smiled as I came through the door a few minutes later, and I imagine my face was probably pretty red. Our goodbyes had been a little more passionate tonight than usual. "Have a good time, lover boy?" he asked, stirring whatever he was cooking. "Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna be gone for a few days. Maybe a week at the most?" "Taking Glimmer to Gatlinburg for a little trip?" he asked, laughing at the idea of the sheltered moonchild in a place like that. "No, I'm, going to meet her parents." The spoon fell into the pot. "What?" he asked, half laughing like he thought I was joking. "Oh, it gets better than that. I think I just got engaged." Grandpa listened to my story as we picked at the chili he'd been making. I explained to him what she had told me, what we discussed, and the revelation that she wanted to marry me. "Well, that's not surprising. You come by your animal magnetism naturally," he said, pretending to pop his collar. "I'm just shocked that someone like her would want someone like me," I said. Playing through what had happened again and again, I was still in a state of shock that Glimmer would choose me over someone her parents chose. If the male moon elves looked like her, they were likely handsome enough to make me question my masculinity. I was picturing these tall, muscular Greek statues, skin shimmering in the light, that moved through the woods like a pack of velociraptors. In comparison, I was likely to cut a less impressive figure. "You've got to get that out of your head, son. You're a fine man. Very few people would drop what they were doing and agree to come take care of their ailing grandfather. You're wise, too. You've taken to the magic faster than even I did, and I took to it like a duck on the water. You're brave, you're selfless, and like I said, you've definitely got your grandpa's charm. Glimmer sees it. I see it, too. It's a shame that you can't." I thought about it as I spooned up the chili, smiling a little as I realized maybe I wasn't as hopeless as I had thought I was. What do you know about moon elves, Grandpa? Glimmer says that she has to introduce me to her camp and her clan. I don't want to make a fool out of myself, especially if these guys are going to be my in-laws. Grandpa thought about it, but ultimately shook his head. "I'll level with you, son. When we saw them at the botanical gardens, that was the most moon elves I'd ever seen. I didn't even know that was what they were until you confirmed it. I've always called them moon children, and my grandma never corrected me if she knew the difference. She never met Glimmer either, and I don't think she ever believed me when I talked about her. She might have thought I had an imaginary friend or something, or moon elves were not something she was aware of. What did Glimmer tell you about the ceremony?" "Not much," I said, racking my brain. "I'd be introduced to her people. We would be officially recognized as betrothed, and we would exchange tokens of affection so that people knew we were betrothed." "Have you decided what you'll give her yet?" "Not yet. She said it didn't have to be anything expensive. A laurel of flowers or something simple would be just as good as a diamond ring, but I want to get her something nice regardless. I've still got to figure out what I'll take with me, too. Don't know exactly what I'll need for this thing." "Well, given what we usually see Glimmer wear, we know that clothes aren't a big issue with moon elves. I don't think I've ever seen her wear the same skin or leathers twice." "True," I said, finishing my chili and taking the bowl to the sink. "I'm going to go pack some things and see if I need to make a trip to Walmart tomorrow." Grandpa nodded, and I went up to my room to try to put something together to take with me. I started out packing a suitcase, but quickly gave that up. We'd be walking through the woods, so anything with wheels was right out, and a duffel bag was impractical. I found one of the big camping backpacks I'd bought at Habitat for Humanity. I packed some nice clothes, but eventually saw the futility of it. They lived in the woods. I was going to look silly in polo shirts and slacks. I exchanged them for jeans and flannels, and that felt closer. Seemed like what I really needed was a robe, but the only one I owned was terry cloth, and that seemed like it would have the opposite effect I was going for. No one looks badass in a bathrobe, so I decided on my leather coat instead. Made me look more like Doc Holliday than Merlin, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and it was warm. I took out the sigils I would likely need, put my wards on the dresser so I knew where to find them, and looked again at the 38 in the lockbox on the top of the closet. Gramps hadn't been too happy when he remembered that I'd resorted to something so barbaric, but he had appreciated my ingenuity. I'd bought a shoulder holster for it after the business at the botanical gardens, and I slid it into the holster as I put it with the coat on my desk. Hiking boots went with that, as well as a silver dagger and a plain iron one, too. I didn't know if moon elves were fey or not, but it seemed like between iron and silver, I'd be prepared for anything that came my way. I started to pack my phone charger, but saw the futility of it almost at once. What was I going to do? Plug it into a tree? Instead, I plugged in a little black backpack I'd bought online and 4 power banks that I had in it. It served us well on hikes when we needed to recharge our stuff, and The banks usually lasted about a day if you used them sparingly. After that, I sat and thought about it and couldn't think of anything else to add to it. I put a couple of paperbacks in there just in case, a few camping elements, fire starter, handsaw, etc., etc. I finally closed the bag, not wanting to pack too heavy in case it was a long hike, and that was about the time Grandpa knocked on my door. "How's it going, kid?" "Pretty good, I guess. I think I have everything I might need. Clothes, tools, other stuff. I don't know what else to bring." "Did you figure out what you're gonna give your betrothed to seal the deal?" Clunked myself on the forehead. That's right. Let's see, I've got a couple of chains, but they really aren't fancy. I could make her something, but I'm not really sure what I would make her. It's gotta be perfect, Gramps. I wanna give her something that's just perfect. Grandpa smiled and brought his cupped hand out from behind his back. "Hold your hand out, boy." I did as he asked, and he opened his hand and dropped a ring into my hand. A ring I recognized. Is that? It was your grandma's. She told me that if one of the grandkids wanted to propose, and it was the right girl, that I was to offer. It isn't fancy, it isn't worth great riches, but it's important to me, and it was important to your grandmother. If you and Glimmer are serious, then I think you should have it. I was tearing up, my eyesight swimming as I looked down at the very ring he had given Grandma in front of a diner in Alaska. Gramps, I can't take this. This is your grandmother's ring, and if you give it to Glimmer, then you had better be absolutely sure that this is what you want. Are you sure, boy? I closed my hands around the ring, my eyes refusing to dry. "Yeah," I stuttered, making my voice firm before stating again. Yes, I am. I know she'll outlive me. I know she'll be young when I'm your age, but I also know that I love her, and I want to spend my entire life with her." Grandpa smiled, his roomy old eyes misting a little. "Then give it to her, and make sure she knows how much you love her every day." We hugged, me trying not to hurt Grandpa as I wrapped my arms around him before he left me to get ready. Somehow, I was asleep an hour later, my busy mind having exhausted itself. The ring was in a small leather bag in the front of my backpack, as safe as I could make it. Grandpa sat on the back porch, looking at the moon and whistling softly. It was late, and his grandson was asleep upstairs. He should be asleep too, but he had to do something first. He would kick himself if this wasn't absolutely on the level, and he still held a certain amount of trepidation towards the creatures that made the forest their home. The strange ones, the legendary ones, were sometimes dangerous, and even Glimmer wasn't immune to that. The crunch of twigs and the stir of branches would have been too slight for anyone else to hear, but Grandpa knew every sound on the property, like the wrinkles on his hand. The kid often called him a wizard, but Grandpa liked to think of himself as a druid, just as Nat had been.
"Fisher?"
She walked softly up the stairs as she came to sit with him. "Expecting someone else?" he asked, smiling at her.
It would have been silly to think that Hunter would have called me, knowing I have preparations to make.
"It's my grandson I want to talk about, Glimmer. He told me you proposed to him. Is that true?" Glimmer looked unsure of herself, finally nodding.
"It is. I love him, Fisher. And I know he loves me too.
She bit her lip and looked away. "Go on, Glimmer," Grandpa said. "You've held it in all these years. Say it."
When you left me, you hurt me, Fisher. It hurt me deeply. I did not go hunting for a long time after you left. And when I did, it hurt all over again, knowing that you were somewhere I could not see you. Then, when you came back, you had someone new. I hate her for a time. I really did. I want to hurt her, to take you away from her. But I saw how happy you were with her, and I gave you your space. When you called me last year, however, it was like all the years and all the seasons were reversed, and I went without a second thought. I love you, Fisher. I will always love you. But the thought of losing Hunt, the thought of losing Marcus in the same way I lost you, tracks clouds across my heart. The thought of him leaving or bring a maid back here makes me sick inside. And I won't wonder what could have been for my whole long life. I will stand before my camp and proclaim my love for him, and there is nothing you or anyone else can do about it.
Grandpa met her eyes for a long count of 5, and when he nodded, she exhaled in relief. "That's all I needed to hear. I'm sorry, Glimmer. I didn't treat you very fairly. I didn't realize what I meant to you, and I hurt you without meaning to. For that I am sorry. What I called you here to ask is if Marcus is going to be safe amongst your kind." Glimmer bristled a little.
Moon elves do not often invite outsiders into their camps, but we would never hurt a guest, especially a betrothed of the clan.
"But will he be safe? Because as much as I love you, Glimmer, I love him exactly that much. He is my blood, my daughter's son, and if anything happens to him, I would be very angry." Glimmer did not boast. She did not brag and say that moon elves did not care for the anger of an old man. She remembered times when she had watched him secretly, seeing the things that he had done. He was powerful, and he would make them hurt.
He is safe with me. You have my word.
Grandpa extended a hand, his face deadly serious. "I want your bond, Glimmer. He comes back, and he comes back whole." Glimmer hesitated, but reached out and took his hand, a spark passing between them.
"I give you my bond. He will be returned to you, whole and held and betrothed to me. I was no sooner let myself be injured than I would him. I would gladly lay down my life for him, and I know he would for me as well."
Grandpa smiled, releasing her hand as he chuckled. "Guess that means, while you're gone, I'll have to buy you a wedding present." Glimmer's laugh was like the tinkling of china.
"Not yet, but when the time comes, I trust you will be there."
Grandpa smiled as he looked out into the forest. "I wouldn't miss it for anything." "Look, Mom, I don't need anyone to come stay with him. I just need one of you guys to call and check on him this week." Why had I left this till the last minute? "Mark, this is very irresponsible. We put you in charge of keeping your grandfather out of trouble. You really should have told us about this sooner." "Grandpa doesn't need anyone to keep him out of trouble, Mom. I really just keep him company most of the time. I hate to leave him like this, but something important has come up, and I need to leave town for a couple of days, maybe a week at the most. All I need is for you or Dad to call and check on him sometimes. He can still drive. He can still take care of himself. He just needs someone to talk to." Mom didn't sound pleased, and I knew I should have called her yesterday. The sun was setting, and I needed to leave soon, but I couldn't just leave Grandpa all alone here. Grandpa wasn't an invalid, but I wanted to make sure someone was looking out, just in case. "Mark, I just don't..." "Mom, he's your dad, and you've barely called him since I moved in." "That absolutely is true, and we both know it. None of my siblings have called him either. Aunt Kay or Uncle Frank or either of their kids have called him. I have been here for over a year, doing what needs to be done and loving every minute of it, At this point, this place feels more like home than the home I left behind. I'm not asking for much, just talk to him while I'm gone. Please. I saw Glimmer waiting at the edge of the property, smiling like a cat as she waved at me. Mark, if this is how you shirk your responsibility, then we might need to... Grandpa's hand slipped over the cordless phone as he took it from me. Go on, kid. I'll handle her. Go on. Why, Molly, it's been so long. How are you? Is Stephen still... He was still chirping at her as I left, the door closing behind me as I ran to Glimmer. We were in the woods before moonrise. Mr. Faskel has cut my hair since I moved to the city about 3 years ago. He's an older guy, maybe 50s or 60s, and he possesses that look and drawl that make me think he's from up north somewhere. He could be from New York, Maine, or even the Great Lakes area, but I never asked him where. He's not a big guy, maybe $1.20 in the rain, and he cuts my hair just the way I like it. High and tight on the sides, leave me some on top so whoever I'm sleeping with has something to play with, and neaten up my sideburns. I can't grow a real beard, or he'd probably trim that for me too. The best part is, he does it all for free. Hard to believe, I know, but it seems there was a cost after all. Our relationship started easily enough. I had an interview with the city, maintenance and custodial, and I wanted to look sharp for the interview. Everything other than that paid nothing, or barely nothing, and I really wanted to lock this job down. I had a nice set of interview clothes, some comfortable business shoes, and a winning smile. Now all I needed was a sharp haircut to seal the deal. That's where the problem lies. My hair grows abnormally fast. It always has, and when I was a kid, my dad used to bemoan the fact. He made jokes about going to barber school or buying stock in master cuts, but he always understood that when it was time for a cut, it was time for a cut. If you let it go longer than 2 weeks without a cut, it just turned into a shapeless mass. By the end of week 3, I looked like a sheepdog, and Dad would look over his paper and sigh before saying that it was time to take me to the barber. Faskel's Hair and Beards was about a block from my house, and when I stuck my head in to get their prices, Mr. Faskel looked up and smiled at me over a pile of hair he was sweeping up. Then, suddenly, he took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, I asked if everything was okay. Just fine, young man. Say, you look like a man in need of a haircut. Am I right? I told him he sure was, and he invited me in and told me to have a seat. He had about 1 million questions on my first visit. No, I didn't usually let it get this long. I liked it this way, but a little long on the top. No, I didn't use any special shampoo, just the dandruff shampoo from the Dollar General. No, I wasn't really prone to dry scalp, but a fella can never be too careful. On and on and on and on until finally it was done. He had cut it just right, the perfect length, the perfect fade, everything. I asked him what I owed him, and he told me it was free. Come on, I said, you gotta charge me something. I let my customers decide what they can afford, so whatever you can afford is fine with me. Think of it as a tip. I was okay with that, and I walked out with a free haircut, while Mr. Faskel waved me out with a $10 tip. I left with a spring in my step. I felt like a new man, and I was ready for that job interview. I went home, got a shower, and when I looked in the mirror, I knew I had this. The next time I went to see Mr. Faskel, I left him a $20 tip and told him that it was all thanks to him that I'd gotten my awesome new job. For the next couple of years, I always went to Mr. Faskel's when I needed a cut. If I had a date coming up, I went to see Mr. Faskel. Promotion interview at work? Faskel. I told my friends about the shop. I went there just to get touch-ups and talk with the old fella. In no time at all, Mr. Faskel and I were friends. He liked the same sporting team I did, watched a lot of the same movies and TV shows I did, and even liked a lot of the same classic rock that I did. It was great, and I always looked forward to my bi-monthly haircut. Then, about 2 months ago, it all changed. I had come in to get my bi-monthly haircut, telling Mr. Faskel about the previous week as he cut and styled my hair. He was always meticulous, getting everything just right as he cut and trimmed, and when he turned me around to look in the mirror, it was the same way I'd gotten it for the last 3 years. I thanked him, handed him a 20, and told him I'd see him next time. "Of course," Mr. Faskell said, sweeping up the hair. "Come back any time." I was leaving, almost a block up the street, when I realized I didn't have my sunglasses. They were my brand new Oakleys, too, and they'd cost quite a bit of cash. I remembered having them when I came in, taking them off my head, and setting them down at the station that Mr. Faskell used. No problem, I thought. I'll just go back and get them. I stepped in, saying I'd forgotten my sunglasses and was just going to grab them. That's when I saw them. Mr. Faskell was looking up guiltily, his eyes panicked. He was down on all fours, eating the hair he had swept up off the ground, like he was a cow in the field. When he turned, I could see pieces of hair sticking to his lip like accusations. He stood up, wiping himself off and brushing at his mouth as he tried to explain. "Now, I know what this looks like, and I'll admit that, yes, I was eating your hair, but you have to understand your hair is what I look forward to. I don't eat just anyone's hair. Well, I used to. Now I can't wait to see you come in so I can eat something good. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy," he shouted, getting up as he stalked towards me. He seemed to realize that saying that made him sound crazy, so he switched gears. Haven't I always done good work for you? There's nowhere in this town where you could get a haircut for less than $25. I cut your hair for tips. I've cut your hair for the dollars in your pocket. I've been good to you, and you've been a good customer. Let's just pretend this never happened, okay? Let's just go back to... But I didn't hear the rest. I snatched up my sunglasses and was out the door before he could say another word. I spent a while thinking about that, and the more I processed it, the worse it seemed to get. It began to haunt my dreams, seeing him bent over, eating the hair straight off the floor, looking back at me and grinning with my hair in his teeth. And I'd wake up in a cold sweat. I know it's not a particularly scary dream, but it freaked me the hell out. I don't really like it when people put hair in their mouth. I had a girl in elementary school who used to chew on her pigtails, and it bred in me a lifetime phobia. Just the thought of wet hair in someone's mouth makes me want to puke, and I can't even touch someone's hair without cringing if they have a wig on. I know, it's a weird collection of phobias, but they're mine. It only took a couple of weeks before I started seeing new growth. My hair just grows too fast, and after 3 weeks, my boss commented that I was looking shabby. He handed me a 20 out of his own wallet and told me to go get a trim over lunch. I took it and started looking for somewhere to get a trim. The city had quite a few shops, but it seemed like wherever I went, I caught someone looking at me out of the corner of my eye. It was never anything I could prove, just a feeling, and when I looked up, I could almost swear I'd catch a glimpse of Mr. Faskell. He was gone when I looked up, but it made me extremely paranoid. I became aware of more than a glimpse as the weeks went on. When I rode the bus to work, I caught the familiar deep inhale of someone smelling my hair. When I was standing in a lunch line, I felt my hair move as someone inhaled. When I was at Walmart buying groceries, someone actually touched my hair, but they were gone when I turned around. It led me to become something of a recluse, and I only left the house if it was to go to work. Over time, my hair grew out, and I decided that I would have to get another cut. I went to bed, setting my alarm so I could get up early enough to go to Master Cuts down on Bonnie. It was Saturday, I had the day off, and I had chores to do before the business of relaxation. As I slipped off to sleep, I fell into a familiar dream, a dream that had plagued me for weeks. I was sitting in the chair at Mr. Faskell's, the cape falling around me like a spider web, and the old man asking if it was too tight. I didn't say anything. I was too scared to speak. And as the scissors began to clip, I trembled in fear. I didn't dare look back at the old man. I just knew his real face would be replaced by a monstrous visage, and I would wake up panting and looking around for nothing at all. When the alarm went off, I went to the bathroom to splash some water on my face and start the shower. My bare shoulders itched, and when I went to wipe it off, I noticed there was hair clinging to my sweaty hand. Not a lot, just leavings, like the leavings you find after a haircut. I ran to the bathroom and found that my hair was cut just the way I liked it. The sides were high and tight. The top was manageable but still thick, and my bangs were perfect. Everything was just as it usually was, and I felt a cold chill run through me that had nothing to do with the air conditioner. I called my landlord. I had the locks changed and reported to the police that someone had broken into my house and cut my hair. The police didn't really take it seriously. They made jokes about a midnight barber and asked if I'd left a tip under my pillow. I told them about Mr. Fasco, but when I gave them the address, they just shook their heads and walked away. They thought I was joking with them. They didn't believe a word of what I told them. And as I ran the shower, I remember sitting under the water for a very long time, just letting it run over me. The bits of hair flowing down the drain felt like a betrayal. 2 weeks later, I woke up to another fresh haircut. I called the police again, but they rolled their eyes and told me to calm down. I told them it was hard for me to calm down when someone was breaking into my house and cutting my hair. I demanded they go check on Mr. Fascal and told them right where the shop was, but they looked less than amused this time at the suggestion. I asked if they had talked to him yet, told them that he had been my barber for the last 3 years, but they just told me it hadn't been funny the first time, and it wasn't funny now. Why would it be funny? I asked, having to stop myself from grabbing one of them. Because Fascal's has never been opened. It's a prop for the city's revitalization project, like Cooley's Flowers across the street or Green Butcher beside it. It's just set dressing. It's never open. Mr. Fascal was a guy who owned a barbershop in the 1920s. He's dead. There's no Fascal who cuts hair. They left, and that left me pretty rattled. Mr. Fascal isn't a ghost. I know that. I have friends who go to him. I felt him touch me. He's flesh and blood, just like I am. I'm sure of it. The fact that he eats hair is incidental. The man is real, but if he isn't Mr. Fascal, then who is he? How does he keep breaking into my house? I have windows in my room, but they're barred with pieces of broom handle. I live on the 3rd floor, for God's sake. I changed the locks again. I wedged a chair under my door, and when I finally made myself calm down enough to sleep, I hoped it would end. I woke up completely bald this time. Not buzzed, not a zero guard, but bald. Like someone had shaved my head in my sleep and took the hair. They got my eyebrows too, my 5 o'clock shadow, my thick sideburns. I was as smooth and hairless as a newborn baby. I don't know what to do. I can't call the cops. They won't believe me. I can't call my landlord. He's replaced the locks twice now. And he's getting angry about it. I can't afford to move. I can't leave my job. I'm stuck. What I did find, however, was a message on my nightstand. I'm sure the cops will say that I wrote it, but I know I didn't. There's hair on it. It's written in a heavy hand, like a kid's scribbles. It's done on the back of an ad for Fascal's Hair and Beards, and the implication was pretty obvious. Come see me when it grows back. If you don't, it makes no difference. I know where to find you. You know, as weird as it is to be the subject of a crime show, this place is pretty cool, Dunstan said as they walked around. Dex had read a book when he was little, the Disney picture book about the movie Pinocchio. and he remembered the place that Lampwick had taken the little puppet to before he'd turned into a jackass. Pleasure Island had seemed really nice, a real heaven on earth, right up until they had shipped the donkey children off to the salt mines. Dex wondered where the salt mines were in this place, because he knew there had to be one. There was a game room full of old arcade games, Pac-Man and Galaga, and other stuff Dex had sometimes seen through the windows of the old arcade. There was a TV in there, a big flat-screen one, and the box attached to it gave it more channels than Dex had ever dreamed of. Some of the kids he saw in there had been complaining about the lack of anything to watch, and Dex could tell that these were kids who had never had to fight for TV time in the halfway house or the new foster home. Dunstan understood that too, which was pretty clear, but Masha hadn't shown a lot of interest in anything in the game room. She mostly just stuck close to Dex and tried to look small. She'd have to get over that, Dex knew, if she wanted to survive around here. "So, Dunstan," Dex said as they came around and found the door to the outside, "how long were you in the system?" Dunstan looked at him like he might be a mind reader too, but Dex just grinned, and Masha broke ranks and headed for the double doors to the playground. It wasn't really the outside, but the walls of the room looked like a schoolyard, and the lights were hot enough to make you think they might be UV or something. There was a big play structure, a kickball field, even a swimming pool. Dex looked at all that water greedily. How long had it been since he'd been in a pool? He couldn't swim very well. Swimming wasn't something you did a lot of when you were living rough, but he could swim pretty okay. If he looked at that footlocker near his bed, he thought he might find a bathing suit in there. As Masha ran to the playground, a kid a little older than her approaching to play with her, Dunstan took a seat next to Dex on a nearby bench. The sun was nice, but Dex knew he would be hungry for some real sun pretty soon. "So how'd you know I was in the system?" Dunstan asked. "Are you a brain like her?" "Nah," Dex said with a chuckle. "I just know the look. If you'd lived in my city, I'd have probably recruited you to my gang, the Weird Boys. Me, Smoke, and Wizard were all special, kinda like her and you. Smoke could be unseen, if he stood still enough, and Wizard could mess up technology and then fix it again sometimes. I've got the brain blast that kinda stuns people." It did more than that sometimes, but Dex didn't think Dunstan needed to know that. "Sounds pretty cool," Dunstan said, looking up at Masha as she screamed, but turned out to be delight rather than one of pain. "I had some friends at the group home, but they weren't like me. They were just regular kids. I'm surprised this place didn't want all you guys." "I guess they did," Dex said, his smile slipping a little, "but there was an incident. I don't think I was supposed to be here at all, Dunstan. I think I was the silver medal in all this. He tried to think about it, but it hurt him. I think Wizard was the one they really wanted. I remember a little bit about what happened, and I'm pretty sure Wizard got killed that night while we were making a break for it." "Damn," Dunstan said. "That's rough. Did you..." He seemed to be weighing his words. Did you see it happen?" Dex shook his head, but didn't stop the tears from coming back. "I don't know. I think I did, but I did something after that, and it kinda got foggy. I think I brain blasted too hard, and maybe I injured myself. I don't know, but I do remember that Wizard's dead, and I'm here." Dunstan looked down at his feet. "I've never seen anybody die before. He hesitated, feeling it was time to share, but not sure where to begin. "You didn't just take a secret like that and not share one of your own." "It's all right," Dex said, wiping his eyes before Masha could see. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." "It's nothing concrete," Dunstan said, "but I think the lady who abducted me was my mom." Dex looked at him oddly. "What, like she was just coming to get you?" "No," Dunstan said slowly. Not like that. I don't think she knew who I was until I touched her. That's how it works, I think. I told you guys that, right?" Dex nodded, looking up as a group of kids came into the playground. Well, when I touched her, it was like she saw what I was seeing. I think some of the people who abduct us used to be like us. She had powers, but she doesn't anymore. She remembers having powers, remembers leaving me on the doorstep of a fire station, and then I felt something as we touched. It was like her power was calling out to mine. Dex shook his head, looking at the group as they went to talk to Masha and her new friend. That's messed up, man. I can't believe your own mom would do something like that to you, that she would bring you to a place like this. Yeah, well, it's not like she's really my mom or anything. She left me to get back to work. It's not like I mean that much to her. Dex felt like he wanted to say more, but Masha called to them and asked if they wanted to play kickball with the group that had arrived. Dex looked up at Dunstan. Feel like kicking a little ball with these kids? When Dunstan looked up, the grin he'd worn most of the day was back in place. Hell yeah, let's teach these kids a little something about chasing rubber balls. They went to the field, following behind a cluster of younger kids, and enjoyed a few hours of kicking a ball as hard as they could. It was cathartic, somehow. So Gerald, Rebecca said, looking at him from the side of the Oz book that she'd been pretending to read for the past half hour. What do you make of all this? Gerald didn't glance up from the Sherlock Holmes mystery he'd been reading, but she knew he had heard her. Honestly, I think we're lab rats in a really nice cage. Rebecca rolled her eyes. Well, obviously, but what do you make of it? The odd boy just shrugged again, and Rebecca could have gladly smacked him with the book she was reading. He insisted on following her as they explored, telling her that it was better to explore in groups, and they found the game room, the playground, and then the library. It was huge, and Rebecca thought they might have everything ever printed. It was 2 floors of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and she'd found everything from Game of Thrones to Grapes of Wrath here. It was all organized in neat rows of information, everything in its proper place, and Rebecca could have gladly spent a few hours here without complaints. Gerald was right, though. This was just a nice cage for the rats to run in, and the rats only ran until it was time for the test to begin. What I mean is, how do you think we get out of here? Gerald flipped a page, his eyes roaming over the words, which made her think he might actually be reading. We don't, he said matter-of-factly. Not until they let us out. Rebecca sighed in disgust. As far as friends went, Gerald left a lot to be desired. Why would you want to, anyway? Gerald asked, eyes glued to the book. Why wouldn't you want to? She challenged. You're being held here, against your will, by people you don't know. You call us lab rats, and that may not be far off, but that means we're only here till they finish experimenting on us. What if that kills us? What if it does worse than kill us? How are you so calm? The last earned her an angry shh from the librarian in the red scrubs, and Rebecca looked down at her book again. Rebecca, do you know why you're here? She shook her head, and Gerald turned another page. Neither do I, but I know what's waiting for me where I came from. I came from a home with an alcoholic mother and an abusive father who makes and uses drugs. The prospect of becoming like both of them makes me think it might be better to die here. You say they might kill us here. Well, if I'd stayed at home, that might is a certainty. My dad would have killed me. It was only a matter of time. Here, however, I might manage to get out alive. Rebecca gave him a weird look. I never understand how to talk to you. It's not even like talking to another kid. I had to grow up pretty fast, Gerald said, glancing down at the string between them. It was still blue, but every now and again it would throb red like an angry tooth. He didn't like that, but it was better than it could be. Rebecca was clearly considering leading him into something dangerous, but he'd cross that bridge when the time came. Gerald had seen other strings today, some red, some orange, and a couple of green ones. He'd seen a blue one for just a moment as it stretched from a little group walking towards the playground, but it had only been for a moment. They might be important, or they might not be. Only time would tell. For the moment, he had a friend, and that was enough. "I'm suddenly feeling hungry," he said to Rebecca, and she looked at the clock and realized it was 6 p.m. Where had the day gone, she wondered. She was hungry too, and agreed easily as the two headed off. Tomorrow might bring tests, it might bring pain, but today was today, and Gerald could smell something wafting from the cafeteria that smelled better than the frozen dinners his family was likely eating, and that sounded fine to him. As they walked off, Gerald thought he could get used to living like this. Rebecca, however, worried that she would never find a way out. A tone sounded for 20 seconds at 9, and a voice called all of them to the cafeteria. Mr. Cutter was once again on stage, grinning like a maniac, and Masha remembered again the flash she had gotten when he was at her house. He had wanted to slap her, she knew that much. Now it seemed he might get a chance. "I do hope that all of you have enjoyed your exploration, but now it's time for bed. We ask that you return to your assigned beds. Your footlockers have your name on them, and only your thumbprint will open them, so don't bother swapping bunks. Your class schedule will be handed out tomorrow at breakfast, so your first class will start at 0800 hours. I would suggest you get some sleep, but if you'd rather attend class tired, then stay up as late as you want. Regardless, the doors to the activity rooms will be locked at 2100 every night. That includes the cafeteria. So off you go, and pleasant dreams." The students got up, some of them slower than others, and migrated back towards the dorms. Masha fell in with Dex and Dunstan, but she couldn't shake what he had said. Sleep in your own bed? Masha hadn't slept alone her whole life. She'd be too scared. As smart as she was still only 6. She was the youngest of the students, and as they got closer to the dorms, she lost some of the assuredness she had been dragging around throughout the day. Suddenly, she was very much a 6-year-old girl who wanted her Pooh Bear, her nightlight, and her mommy. Above all else, she wanted her mommy. "Dex," she asked, and he looked down at her almost expectantly. "Can I sleep with you?" Dex opened his mouth, but a catty peal of laughter sounded to his left. "Jesus, they start young here, don't they?" He turned to find the girl with the platinum blonde hair from earlier. Her attitude hadn't improved after 3 squares, and Dex suddenly remembered that look from earlier that day. Dex stood up a little straighter, trying not to let her get into his head, but he didn't trust her anywhere near Masha. Someone at one of the group homes he had been at had told someone else they had a puppy strangling look about them, and this girl had it in spades. "How about it, Dex?" she said, putting on some fake baby talk. "You want to sweep with a little girl?" Some of the girls around her laughed, but before Dex could respond, Dunstan saved him the trouble. "Dex, I thought we were keeping the sleepover a secret. It's invitation only anyway, so you can't come," he said, turning to the girl and shooing her away. She got red in the face, moving off with the 3 girls that she had surrounded herself with. Dunstan smiled down at Masha, and Dex couldn't help but grin too. It was infectious, it seemed, and when they got back to the dorm, Masha got her bedding and Dunstan grabbed his as they moved to set up around Dex's bunk. The lights didn't get low till around 2200, but as they softened, the party was just getting started. They sat up telling stories, all 3 of them laughing as Dex talked about a time he had tricked food out of a store for his family, or the time that Dunstan had encountered new friends at the group home. Masha mostly sat and listened, her eyes getting heavier and heavier as she basked in the love of her new friends. Dex had just looked up, seeing the digital clock showing 2250, when Dunstan made a shh sound and pointed at Masha. She was snoring, curled up in her bedding like a cat in its basket, and Dunstan waved as he collected up his bedding and departed. Dex got under his own covers, letting Masha sleep as he turned in himself. They weathered the first night together, drawing strength from each other as each took comfort in the other. It appeared that Dex had traded one strange family for another, and the transition wasn't as odd as he would have thought. Helping the weak and the strange was something that Wizard could have gotten behind, and he thought that he would have probably done the same thing if he were here and Dex were dead. "New bunch of weird boys," Dex said with a yawn, drifting off to the sound of Masha asleep beside him. As the kids slept and snored, the specter of Ripley hung above them and watched. Whether they knew it or not, they were all flies in his web now. They were his to drain, to store, to sacrifice, and he would do all that was needed to see his goals achieved. As he watched them through the well-hidden cameras, he couldn't help but grin wickedly. 20 potential sparks, each of them looking to be the great flame I use to light our future. He didn't tire. Ripley didn't need sleep like others did, but he knew he would snatch a few hours before class tomorrow. He would want to watch the new students begin their education. For how? He asked no one in particular, the monitors lighting his eyes like the orbs of some god computer. Does the spider find the juiciest fly if he doesn't sit patiently and bide his time? Dunstan didn't think he had eaten quite this good in a long time. At the group home, they would be eating cold cereal or toast with peanut butter as they all tried to get out the door before the bus left. It was hard to get that many kids out the door on time, and Dunstan never could figure out how Mary made it happen. If there had been a big donation, and it was a weekend, you might get powdered eggs, or pancakes, or maybe Lego My Eggos with that fake butter that never seemed to spoil. As he sat there with Masha and Dex, munching happily like a pig at the trough, he realized what had been missing from his life all along. The sense of fullness, something he had never known, was like a warm blanket over his belly. And why shouldn't it be? He certainly had enough to get him there, and that was the real miracle here. When they had hit the line this morning, the people there had started putting food on their tray, and damn near didn't stop. There was grits, eggs, scrambled and over easy, toast with jam, bacon, sausage, pancakes, waffles, an omelet bar, donuts, something called crepes that were stuffed with some kind of chocolate spread that turned out to be better than breathing, and juice, coffee, water, tea, soda, whatever else you might want to drink. Dunstan had been putting it away like people might come and try to take it from him, and Dex was watching him with something like awe. "Done. Take it easy, bud. You're gonna hurt yourself." Dunstan couldn't help but notice that he'd loaded up too. Grits, eggs, 2 omelets, coffee, and the cup most people had juice in, but he supposed that Dex was making up for lost time. Dunstan had been despairing cold cereal and milk, but at least it was food. While he was rolling his eyes at Fruit Loops and Captain Crunch, Dex was out there searching for his daily bread, and probably going hungry as often as not. "Sorry," he said, wiping his mouth. We never got food like this at the group home." Masha looked up from her own food, eating eggs and bacon with a couple of little flapjacks slowly turning to mush under the syrup she'd put on them. "You guys didn't eat breakfast where you lived? But Mommy says it's the most important meal of the day." "We did," Dunstan assured her. "It was just never this nice." "I know what you mean," Dex said. "Last time I had scrambled eggs was when Wizard fixed up a hot plate he found in the trash and tried to cook eggs for breakfast. Turned out he had filched them from a bird nest, and they tasted terrible. They stuck to the hot plate, and eventually it just shorted out, and we ran off as it set on fire." Dex laughed, but the others were just looking at him oddly. He finally stopped, looking a little sheepish. I guess you'd have to be there." They ate a little more, the kids around them talking in low voices about the armbands that had been in their lockers this morning. "So, what do you think they mean?" Dunstan said, holding up a wrist with a blue armband on it. Dex looked at his. It was red, but it was hard to miss that Masha had a green band. He'd seen one kid with a black band, one kid with a white band, and a couple of kids with yellow bands, but most of the bands were either blue, green, or red. My working theory is that the blue means gifted, while the green means smarty pants, and red is for the muscle that get to carry us around. Masha giggled, and Dex just rolled his eyes at him, smiling despite himself. Maybe the red bands are the guys who get to kick the guys with the blue bands first, and if there's anything left of them, then the blue band guys get to have a go. Hey, what about me? Masha asked, scratching her head. You get to sit closest to the action since you're short, he said, ruffling her hair. They didn't seem to be the only ones talking about the armbands this morning, and everyone seemed to have a theory. Dunstan was trying not to listen, but it was hard with all the voices rising and falling around him. A couple of kids thought the red bands might be soldiers and the green bands might be doctors, and the blue bands were scientists. Others thought that it might be a power thing. Red and black was the most powerful, with the other colors being less powerful, white being the least. The girl, wearing the only white band, looked less than pleased with this, and when she smashed a chunk out of the table, the others stopped saying it quite so loudly. Some people thought the red bands might be for offensive users, while the green and the blue were for more subtle powers. Doesn't really do any good to speculate about it, Dunstan thought, even though he had kind of started it. They'll have to tell us eventually. He had barely started on his omelet when the man from yesterday, the one Masha called Cutter, took the stage again. He clapped his broad, scarred hands together, and the room was soon quiet, except for the sounds of those meaty hands coming together. Some of the kids joined in, clearly thinking it was some kind of game, but none of their group did. Masha had told them what she suspected about the man, and they all believed it. The guy was twice as big as any of the other minders, and he looked like he ripped phone books in half in his spare time, just for fun. "Is everyone enjoying their breakfast?" he asked, and you could tell who the less fortunate kids were, because they lifted their voices high. "Good, good. Well, it's almost time for class. When the clock behind me chimes, it will be 0800, and time for class to begin. You will notice that each of you has an armband. That's because all of you have unique abilities, but it's important that they are nurtured in just the right environment. So when it's time for class, follow the lighted path that matches your armband, so you get to the right class. If you go to the wrong class, don't worry, you'll be taken to the right one. Today's a grace day, but in the future, if you make a habit of going to the wrong class, you will get a demerit, and you don't want those. So finish up and make your way to your first class." Dunstan, Dex, and Masha looked at each other, sharing the same thoughts. They each had different armbands, so they wouldn't be in the same class. Masha looked a little weepy at this, but Dex patted her arm and smiled. "No tears, little sis. We'll see each other later. Shoot, there's only 22 of us. It's not like we can lose each other." Masha smiled a little wetly, swallowing her tears. "Right, that's right. I'll see you guys after class." Dunstan smiled too, but he'd noticed something that Dex hadn't yet, something that troubled him. Little Miss Blonde Bully from the night before also had a green armband, which meant she would have access to Masha without them there to protect her. Dunstan took another bite, but his appetite was retreating rapidly. He hadn't taken more than a couple of bites before the clock chimed 8, and everyone dumped their trays before heading to class. The three of them stopped, looking at each other before waving and heading down the hallway to their respective classes. Dunstan hoped the little girl would be able to hold her own. He hoped he and Dex would too, for that matter, and it wasn't a great thought on your first day of school. "Oh well," he breathed as he fell in with the group of blue bands. "I guess we'll find out." "Welcome, blue bands, to your first lesson. I'm Mrs. Lloyd, and I will be your minder." Rebecca looked around the room and saw 7 others in the class. Their group had been the largest by far, and she'd been surprised when Gerald had come up with a blue band as well. She hadn't really asked what his power was, but she supposed he was like her. She guessed that most of them were like her, seers and future tellers and the like. It was scary, but it was good to know that she wasn't alone in her weirdness. "As some of you may have figured out," said the woman in the flowing dress with the long honey wheat hair, "blue bands designate you as seers. You use your powers to see things, whether it be the future or the past. Let's go around the room and share our abilities with each other." There were no desks here, no books or computers, just a circle of chairs that kept everyone within view. Rebecca could see 4 boys and 3 other girls, one of them a giant with platinum hair that looked like a hardback book sitting amongst paperbacks. She had to be an adult. She looked a little like an adult, but when she offered to go first, Rebecca was amazed that a voice that soft came from something so large. Her voice was twinged with something slightly Germanic, and it seemed like she might be Northern European, German, or Icelandic, or somewhere like that. "I guess I will. I'm Emily, and I see things that come true. The problem is that no one believes me when I tell them. My mother said she had it too. All the women in our family do, and she says it's like Cassandra from the Greek stories. Last August, I told my friend Eula that she would break her arm while sledding. She didn't believe me, but when she did, she said I was strange and would not be my friend anymore." "Wonderful," the woman said, and when Emily looked at her strangely, she waved a hand at her. "Not about your friend, dear. That's terrible, but it's good that you understand your powers. Who would like to go next?" A boy named Jax went next, talking about visions he saw when he dreamed, but when the minder's attention had turned away from the other side of the room, Rebecca leaned down and whispered to Gerald. He had insisted on sitting next to her, because of course he had, and she was now a little glad of it. "Should we lie?" she half-mouthed at him, keeping her voice low, but Gerald shook his head. "They know what we can do already. No sense lying, they'll know." "Yeah, but since you two would like to talk," the minder said, her cheery voice becoming strained, "why don't you two go next?" Rebecca balked, but Gerald stood up as if he'd only been waiting for the opportunity. "I'm Gerald. I'm 10, and I see strings. I see the connection between people, where they lead, and how they will affect me. Blue means friends, orange means danger, green is positive interactions, while red means certain death. They don't really tell people's future, I guess, and mostly help me navigate without being hurt." "Interesting," the woman said, sounding mystified. "And do you see a string attached to me?" "Yes," Gerald said. It's green." Then he took his seat again. The woman seemed a little underwhelmed, but turned to Rebecca, raising an eyebrow. "And you, young lady?" Rebecca rose slowly, trying to bury the fear that writhed inside her. She hated public speaking, had always hated it, but she wanted to make a good first impression. She hoped she wouldn't stutter too bad. Better a stutterer than a coward, though, she supposed. I'm Rebecca, and I see the future sometimes. I guess I have visions too, like Emily, but I'd never told anyone about them, so I don't know if they believed me or not. I can't really control them, though. They just kind of happen." She felt like she should say more, but she sat down instead, not sure what she would have added. Gerald gave her a thumbs up as the minder turned to another boy and invited him to speak. "I'm Dunstan. I see things by holding things. I pick up memories, I guess, but I've never asked anyone if they're true or not. I just kind of assumed." The minder nodded. "An automatic writer. I can assure you there will be plenty of opportunities to test your visions here, Dunstan." Far from looking relieved, Dunstan nodded morosely. "Dang, I was kind of hoping it was all in my head." Some of the kids laughed, but the minder moved on like she hadn't heard. A girl named Anja started talking about seeing the future in people's palms, but Rebecca wasn't paying attention to her. She was looking at Gerald, who was looking at the boy the minder had called an automatic writer. Gerald's eyes were big, intent, and though he kept looking away before the boy could notice him, she knew he was seeing something. It was the same look he gave her sometimes, so she hoped it was good. "I'm Mark," the last boy said. "I can tell who passes by a place by touching footprints or fingerprints. I figured it out when my daddy and I were hunting a few years ago, and it usually helps me track things. Usually just works on animals, but recently I discovered I could see a person's face if I touched something their fingerprints were on." "Very interesting," the minder said, beaming at them as she looked around the room. "Now that we know what we can do, let's begin some exercises to strengthen your abilities. Mark, Dunstan, and Anja, why don't you all go with my friend there?" she said, indicating a man in a red smock they hadn't noticed until now. It was no wonder they hadn't seen him, and seeing him again drew the breath into Rebecca harshly. He had been right there the whole time, that tiny little traitor. Dr. Hammarskjöld smiled at the children, but when he looked at Rebecca, she saw a sad look cross his face. Good, he should be sad, she thought bitterly. He had to be the reason she was here, and when she started to get up, Gerald took her hand. She looked at him, and he shook his head knowingly, telling her to let it go with his eyes. Dr. Hammarskjöld had taken the 3 kids into another part of the room before she turned back, and she imagined he was probably glad to be away from her. If the minder had noticed her trying to rise, she didn't comment on it. "The rest of you, I want you to close your eyes and try to focus your power on your gifts. Focus your thoughts, and let's see what we can do." Dex gritted his teeth as he focused his thoughts on the dummy in front of him. He had never really done this on something without a mind, and certainly never in front of an audience. Most of the time, he tried to pretend he didn't have powers, but as he felt them building, like a fist drawing back, he released them and hit the dummy square. It wobbled, spinning drunkenly before coming back to rest on its base. A hand came down on his shoulder, and he looked up into the grinning face of the man Masha had called Cutter. From this close, he had no doubt that the guy could be mean, and he didn't doubt it when Masha said that he would have liked to slap her. The guy had scars on his knuckles, and he looked more like a longshoreman than a teacher. "Good shot, kid. It's harder to hit a non-thinking being, I'm guessing. That's okay. We'll get you there. Next." Dick stepped up next, bumping Dex as he walked by and then sneering when Dex lifted an eyebrow at him. He wasn't as big as Dex, but he was sturdier to be sure. Dick looked like he'd gotten 3 squares a day before coming here, and he looked like the only running he had done was recreational. He'd said proudly that he was captain of his football team, and that he'd been looking forward to high school next year, so he could see how he stacked up against the bigger kids. Dex imagined he stacked up quite well, but sports probably weren't the only metric he meant to use. Dick got up to the line, taking a stance like a martial artist preparing to thrust his closed palm at the dummy. Something like a gust of wind came out to slam into it, a gust of wind as big as a canoe, and the dummy fell over. It didn't wobble, it didn't shimmy, it fell straight back, and Dick stood up with a pump of his arm and a loud whoop. The bald man gave him a similar pat on the back, telling him to hop back in the line. On the way, he shoulder-checked a kid who couldn't have been more than 12. The kid fell, going down hard on his ass, and he made an indignant sound at Dick as the bigger boy walked past. "Got a problem?" Dick said, squaring up as he loomed over the kid. The smaller boy, Dex thought his name was Ryan, turned away as he took his spot on the line. There were 5 red bands, and all of them had some kind of physical ability. Dick was one of the bigger bugs, but the kids before Dex had barely managed to move the dummy. They all pushed out with some kind of psychic energy, as far as he could tell, and it appeared he wasn't as bad at this as he thought. His head hurt a little, but that was pretty normal. As Ryan stepped up, he looked at Cutter and told him this probably wasn't going to work. He smiled, but Dex thought he could hear the man's teeth creak. Any particular reason why not? It just doesn't work that way. I've never tried attacking anything without a brain. My power doesn't really... Just give it a try, Cutter said. We're just here to see what you can do. Ryan sighed and turned back to the dummy. He scrunched his face up, drawing laughter from Dick, Wade, and a girl named Cece who looked a little like a troll. Dex didn't join them. For all her size and bluster, Cece had barely managed to shake the dummy, and Wade had nearly passed out from the effort of bumping it with his power. He didn't really see as any of them had a lot of room to make fun, and he crossed his arms as he watched the kid work. A vein ticked in Ryan's forehead, and he gritted his teeth like he was trying to take a dump. The other kids laughed all the harder, and that didn't seem to be helping matters much for Ryan, as he finally dropped his hands and looked at the handler. He shrugged, shaking his head and looking unamused. I told you, I've never attacked anything without a brain. Cutter shrugged. Well, we'll work on that, he said, turning to face them as Ryan returned to the line. Physical powers are difficult. No one is claiming otherwise. Unlike some of the more mental stuff, your body has to be prepared to harness that kind of power. You'll spend a lot of time in the gym here, a lot of time building stamina, and that will help you expand what you can do with your powers. This class will be a lot more demanding than the classes your peers will take, but it will all be worth it in the end. Just remember that. You listening, Ryan? Dick asked, and the others laughed again as the smaller kid's face got redder. If Cutter minded, he gave no indication. Let's get to work then, shall we? They broke for lunch around noon, and all three of them were a little less enthusiastic when they met up in the cafeteria. Dex was sweaty and sore. Class with Cutter was more like gym than anything. They had run, they'd done exercises, and they had used the machines in the workout room, and in between, they'd used their powers. Dick seemed capable of using his on command, and Dex wondered how often he'd used it before he'd been picked up. Ryan still couldn't do much more than grunt, but he wasn't alone. Wayne could use his power a little and make little pushes once or twice a day, but that was it. Cece and Dex could use their powers up to 3 times a day, but the third time had given Dex a nosebleed, and he'd had to sit down for a minute and drink some water. He figured this would earn him some catcalls from Dick and his little gang, but it hadn't. Dick apparently had realized that he couldn't push Dex around like he could Ryan, and he had begun focusing on the smaller boy more and more. Ryan was trying, but Dick was hounding him every chance he got. Dex told his friends about it, and as he watched Ryan eating with some kids his age, Dick tossed a spoon at him and laughed. That kid's got an ass whooping down the road, he said, and Dunstan agreed. I don't know if I can go back to class this afternoon, Dunstan said. I've held so many things today that I think I might have a stroke if the spoon wasn't so clean. Ooh, holding stuff, Dex said, but he said it good-naturedly. Dunstan wished it had been just holding stuff. Dr. Hammarskjöld was a nice enough guy, but he had the weirdest collection of things. Dunstan had seen 2 happy couples from different pieces of jewelry, a murder-suicide that he wished he hadn't, and a man get cut in half by a semi-truck from just a pair of sneakers. The last one had been a loud argument between someone's parents from a kid's Tonka truck, and that one had really messed him up. The way the kid just sat there, focusing on the big yellow dump truck, you could tell this wasn't the first fight he'd witnessed. His appetite from this morning was nearly gone, and he was mostly just picking at his food apathetically. At least you don't have Chandra in your head all the time, Masha said glumly. All through lessons this morning, boring things that really didn't hold her attention, Chandra, the blonde bully from the dorm, had done nothing but torment Masha. She had said some pretty cruel things, and Masha had to wipe tears away more than once throughout the lessons. You tell a teacher? Dex said, guessing it probably wouldn't do any good. No, if I tattle, she wins. I'll be okay. It's just words. Dex nodded as he looked at his food, wondering how long it would be just words. You know, a girl could get a little jealous of all the attention you've been giving out. Gerald didn't bother to look at her. His eyes were still glued to the little group eating not too far away. "Why don't you go introduce yourself?" Rebecca said, sighing deeply. "Did your parents not teach you how to make friends?" "Dad tried to teach me how to cook meth once, but I'm not sure that's the chemistry that you're talking about here." Rebecca raised an eyebrow at that, but decided to change the subject. "What do you see that's so interesting anyway? Is it the strings?" "Yeah," Gerald said, turning away as Dunstan glanced in his direction, clearly feeling his eyes on him. "You didn't tell me you could do stuff like that." "You didn't ask," Gerald said, and Rebecca almost threw her spoon at him. "What string do you see around me?" she asked, more to stop him from staring and causing trouble. "Blue," he said, and she believed him, unlike when he had told the minder that hers was green. "And what color do you see when you look at those three?" When he turned back to answer, his attention was so intense that she wished she hadn't asked. The clock sounded the end of lunch, but it didn't stop her from hearing his answer. All of them, threaded into a single strand and pulsating like neon tubing. Masha tried not to look bored, but the work was pretty easy. There were 6 of them in class, which was good because it meant the work groups were even. The mean girl was in class, though, so that was bad. Mrs. Cashmere, their minder, was nice, so that was good, and she seemed to like Masha, which was also good. She could hear the mean girl in her thoughts as her partner, a dark-haired girl named Heather, thought about shapes while Masha picked them out of her head. Of the 6 people in class, 5 were girls. Masha, Jenny, and Brittany, her friends called her Brit, were telepaths. The mean girl, Chandra, and Heather were what the minder called implanters, people who could implant things in people's heads. Daniel, the only boy in class, was something called a director. He could direct people's thoughts on a particular path and lead them to ideas or concepts they might be trying to come to. This sounded a lot like implanting, but it was supposed to be more subtle. Implanters can put the idea in someone's mind, but a strong mind can still resist it. Directors can work more subtle ideas into a mind and make them come to the conclusion that they might be less likely to come to on their own, something that's hard for an implanter. That was what Miss Cashmere had said when Masha had said they sounded the same, and Chandra had stuck her tongue out at Masha when the minder had turned around. Now they were split up, a telepath and an implanter, or a director in Brit's case, and they were playing a training game. The implanter would draw a card from the deck and look at the symbol on it. Then the telepath would try to pick it out of their head, while they sent them a different symbol. Heather was trying her best, but Masha was pretty good at picking out the truth from the lies. She had gotten 7 out of 10 so far, and it would have been 10 out of 10, except Masha kept trying to trip her up. It appeared she wasn't content to stump Jenny, who wasn't very good at being a telepath, but to send wrong answers to Masha to trip her up. "Wow," said Heather, "you're really good, but I'm gonna stump you." She drew another card, and Masha tried to listen for the words and look for the hidden pictures. As she searched for the truth, the voice buzzed in the back of her head. "Star, circle, moon, slip up, you little bitch." "Square," Masha said, and Heather smiled as she nodded. "Moon, horseshoe, star, you dumb little..." "Circle," Masha said, and Heather nodded again. Chandra's meddling didn't help much, and after 30 cards, Masha still had the best score out of the group. "You're very talented, Masha. I wouldn't be surprised if you were one of the stronger telepaths of the group." Masha had been afraid that this might raise some jealousy, but the other students were surprisingly supportive. All of them except Chandra, who just looked even angrier than she had before. When they left class at the end of session, Masha was happy to see that she wasn't alone. Heather and Jenny had decided to walk with her, and Chandra hovered near the back, an angry cloud of loud emotions. At 4 o'clock, the bell rang, and they were released for more free time. Masha, Dex, and Dunstan fell in together, and Masha was all agush about classes. She had performed better than Chandra, the blonde bully, and Dunstan said that he had done some interesting things too in the afternoon classes. Dex was surprisingly quiet, but he was also pretty tired. Dex wasn't paying attention to the others as they chatted, though. Dex was watching Ryan, scenting danger. All through the afternoon workout, Dick had been laying into Ryan pretty hard. Cutter did not seem to be there to keep them from picking at each other. He almost seemed to enjoy it. Dex had tried to talk to Ryan and maybe make it harder for people to start shit with him, but Ryan seemed distrustful of him and usually kept his distance or spoke in monosyllables. When Dick had tripped him on the running track, making some excuse about not seeing him there, Dex had thought it would reach ahead right then and there, but it hadn't. Now he could see Dick and his new gang hovering around the poor kid like flies on crap, and when Dick shoved him hard enough to make him hit the nearby wall, Dex was in motion. "Dex?" Dunstan said, moving to keep up, but Dex didn't have time to explain. "Leave me alone, Dick!" Ryan shouted, rounding on him with his fists balled up. "Oh, you gonna fight me, Shrimp? Take your shot. I'll beat you to a last chance," Ryan growled, putting his hands on his temples. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will if you keep this up." That brought a chorus of laughs from the three red bands, and Dick crossed his arms over his chest as he grinned at the boy. He was sneering, but he hadn't seemed to notice the blood dribbling from his nose yet. "Tell you what, Squirt, take your best shot. We all saw how pathetic you were out there. You think any of us are—" But he stopped when Dex got between them. Dex felt a tingle on the back of his head, but it stopped pretty quick. Ryan wasn't opposed to defending himself, but it appeared he didn't want to hurt people who had done nothing to him. "That's enough, Dick. It's not funny. Never was. Leave his kid alone." Dick grinned, but Dex saw the murder in his eyes as he gave Dex his full attention. "Or what?" Dex pulled himself up to his full imposing size, and he saw the bigger boy back down a little. Dex wasn't a bully, but he was a big guy. He wasn't as filled out as Dick, but he was still big, and big meant a lot to guys like Dick. It gave him pause, if nothing else, and that was all Dex needed. Dex didn't answer. He didn't have to, and Dick just scoffed and walked off with his cronies eventually, the situation over. The crowd that had been gathering dispersed, no longer smelling blood, and Dex sighed as everything returned to, well, something like normal. "I didn't need you to," Ryan started, but Dex rounded on him and stole his words. "Yeah, I think you did. I don't know what you've got there, but it's a gun, like mine. You need to figure out how to use it before you get somebody hurt." "I know how to use my power," Ryan shot back, looking away as if Dex had guessed what he'd been about to do. "I don't really know the rules around here, but I can't imagine they're okay with kids killing each other. You got something Dick doesn't. Don't let him trick you into killing both of you with it." He started back towards his friends, but stopped midway between them and Ryan. "If he bothers you, come sit with us. My friends and I don't like bullies either, and there's safety in numbers." "I don't need protecting," Ryan said to his back. "Nah," Dex said, "but everybody needs a friend." Gerald watched the group move off, still seeing that banded line that connected all of them to him. He'd seen the string change colors, but he'd never seen them like this. This was different, and he didn't know what to make of it. "Looks like the fight's over," Rebecca said, tugging his arm and leading him towards the library. She'd found a collection of Twilight books, her favorite series, and she wanted to get them before any of the other girls got there and checked them out first. Gerald went with, not really caring for books at the moment. There was a bigger mystery afoot, and he was intent on solving it, since his life seemed to hang in the balance. When I stepped into the little room, I thought I had come to the wrong place. I have AOADD, Adult Onset Attention Deficit Disorder. If that sounds made up, it's because it's pretty rare, from what I understand. Most people get ADD when they're kids, but very few of them are diagnosed once they're my age. In fact, it's something like 1% of people, from what I understand. When I was a kid, I was never prone to any of the hyperactivity or attention problems that my peers had. I never needed medication or structure to help me pay attention while I was in class. I did really well in school and did really well in my working life, right up until I was about 34. Then suddenly, I had the hardest time paying attention. I couldn't focus on much of anything, not even for the short term. I would find my mind wandering while I was at work, and eventually, I got fired. I couldn't concentrate long enough on my work to get anything done. I tried to find another job, but anything I managed to get ended the same way. I couldn't even pay attention long enough to flip hamburgers, and my resume was soon in shambles. At home, I struggled to relate to my family. Television shows, sporting events, the day-to-day things no longer held my attention. I was aware of this, aware that I was losing my wife and kids, but I couldn't pay attention to that either. It was like being trapped just behind your eyes and having to watch as you lose everything. After my wife left and took the kids, I decided it might be time to go see a doctor. This was a little different than just the general malaise that I sometimes found with life, and I needed help. My doctor told me about the adult onset attention deficit disorder and prescribed medication and some supplements. He helped me fill out the paperwork and get on disability. The disability paid for my housing. My wife had taken our house in the divorce, and the disability made them go easy on me when it came to child support. I wasn't just a lazy slob, I had a medical condition, and I was trying to overcome it. None of the medication worked, the supplements either, and nothing they suggested seemed to help with my attention problems. After a while, my doctor recommended a support group, and I told him I'd give it a try. When I came to my first session, I wasn't sure that I had made the right call. The meeting room was covered with pictures of a man, hand drawings, and police sketches, all of them with the caption, "Have you seen this man?" I wondered who he was, the whole thing feeling a bit tinfoil hattish, but I had to admit that the man looked a little familiar. I was still staring at him when the organizer called me out, looking up when the man asked if I had AOADD. When I told him I did, he nodded and told me I was in the right place. So I took a seat with the other 5 or 6 people there and decided to give it a try. "So, why don't you tell us about your trigger moment?" "My what?" I asked, not sure what he was talking about. "Your trigger moment. Everyone in the group has one. It's the moment you realize that you had a problem with attention. It'll sound a little weird, but it may surprise you to learn that a lot of our trigger moments are very similar." I thought about it, like really racking my brain, but I couldn't come up with much of anything. My doctor had never said anything about a trigger moment, and this was something new. My attention issues had just kind of happened, and I couldn't think of anything that had caused it. The man leading the meetings, a middle-aged guy with salt and pepper hair, nodded and said that was normal. "Charlie," he said, looking at a bearded guy who was dressed like somebody's dad at an amusement park, "why don't you talk about your trigger moment? Maybe it'll help him figure it out." Charlie nodded, interlocking his fingers as he put them across his lap. "I was walking down Main Street when a man suddenly called out to me from a nearby park bench. He asked if I would mind giving him my attention, just like that, and I nodded, saying I would. I figured he just wanted money. Most of the guys that call out to you from park benches want money. But after I agreed to give him my attention, he nodded and just got up and walked away. I thought it was weird, wondered what the hell that had been about, but as I walked, I realized I couldn't focus on the fantasy football team I had been planning. I'd been thinking about the game coming up. I was really big into fantasy football back then, and the team I had put together was doing really well. I had been going over my roster for next week. My team was about to go into the semifinals, and it was weird to realize that the roster would no longer hold my attention. I just kind of wandered around, not really thinking about anything in particular. That's how it started. After that, I couldn't really pay attention to anything. I lost my job, I lost my girlfriend, and now I just kind of float around most of the time. That trigger moment, the moment in time when I met the man, Seems to be the only thing I can really concentrate on anymore. I can remember it with crystal clarity, but everything else is like catching water in a sieve. I can think about something for a moment or two, maybe even for as long as a half an hour, but eventually, it's gone. I live out of a van now. You might have seen it when you pulled up to the rec center, and I only have it because the guy took my money and handed me the keys, and I didn't have to sign anything. It's not registered. The cops have ticketed me 12 times or more, and it's only a matter of time before they take that too, I guess. The group nodded at him like this was the most normal thing they had ever heard, and when they all looked at me expectantly, as if I had my own story to tell, I just shook my head. There was something, though, a tickling in the back of my mind, but nothing yet. "Melissa, why don't you go next?" He never asked a question, never asked people if they wanted to share, and all of his statements were just that. He wasn't asking them if they wanted to put their story out there. He was telling them that it was time to share information. I was working as a waitress at a lunch counter. It was the middle of the day, the lunch rush was in full swing, and I barely even looked at the guy when he came and sat down at the counter. I walked over and asked if I could get him something. He said all he wanted was my attention, just a little attention. When I said he had it, he just got up and walked away. I thought it was weird. The guy had wanted my attention and then he left, but that was how it started. I'm not quite as bad as some of the people in the group. I can still hold on to my attention for about 40% of the time. Sometimes, however, I'll just lose all ability to pay attention to anything. My doctor recommended this group, thinking it might stop it from getting worse, but I think it's as bad as it'll ever get. After all, the man only asked for a little of my attention, not all of it. I stopped her after that, asking if she was serious. She said she was, and I looked at the group organizer with a raised eyebrow. "Are you trying to tell me that these two had their attention stolen by, what, some kind of demon or something?" The organizer shook his head emphatically. "No, not a demon. I don't believe in heaven or hell, but I do believe in this man and what he's doing. I don't know what he is, some highly persuasive psychic, some kind of creature from outside our reality, or just some Orwellian thought criminal who's figured out how to perpetrate the worst crime imaginable. But he is the string that holds everyone together, and he seems to like this area the best." I got up, meaning to leave, but the organizer stopped me with a few words. "You met him too, didn't you?" I had my hand on the door, but his statement had made me think again about where I had seen the man on the poster. "I saw you recognizing him when you came in. Everyone does, but they don't always remember right away. He's sneaky, a very easy-to-miss man. He's so unassuming that you never think twice about giving him your attention. It's just a turn of phrase, after all. 'May I have your attention, please?' But he means it literally. They never realize what they're giving up when they agree to give him their attention, but he knows full well what he's taking." I was still at the door, my hand around the knob. Even though I didn't believe what he was saying, I couldn't deny one thing. I did recognize the man in the picture. I just couldn't remember where. "Larry, why don't you tell your story next? You should have a seat and listen. Larry has a real harrowing tale." I took my seat, curiosity getting the better of me, and looked at Larry as he looked at his cheap Walmart shoes instead of the group. Larry reminded me of the dad from The Honeymooners, an older guy in the comfortable overweight of age. His head was bald, except for a scattering of peach fuzz on top, and I noticed there was a long scar on his left arm that he kept covered with the sleeve of his shirt. There was enough sleeve to do the job. He was wearing a sweatshirt even in the unseasonable heat, but he seemed inadvertently to pluck at it. It was as if the scar itched him, and he needed to scratch it. "I was a bus driver for the city. I've been a bus driver for 25 years. I knew my job, I knew my route, and If I'd been a little luckier, I was only about 5 years away from a really good retirement. I was taking on afternoon fares, greeting people as they put in their change and coins in the little slot. When he got on, I told him it was $1.50 to ride the bus, and it was change only. He asked me something, and at the time, I thought he had asked if I had a quarter. Sometimes they didn't have enough, and they asked if they could borrow a quarter or a dime. I told him sure, digging around in my pockets to see if I had some change. But when I looked up with a couple of dimes, the guy was gone. I didn't think anything of it, just slapped the change in the box and got on my way. As I drove, however, I found my attention waning. I couldn't really focus on any one particular thing. I was just looking everywhere, having trouble remembering what I'd been doing. I crashed that bus into rush hour traffic, causing one of the biggest accidents in the city's memory at the time. There were no fatalities, thankfully, but there was enough property damage and medical expenses that the city had little choice but to fire me. I got a portion of my retirement, but nowhere near what I would have got after retiring with the full 30. I feel terrible for what I did, but even that seems to be dulled by the fact that I can't seem to pay attention to anything for more than a few minutes. I have to write down these meetings on a whiteboard so I can even remember that I have to go to them at all. If it wasn't for Kay here, calling us on meeting days and coming to pick us up, most of us wouldn't be here at all. Kay, the organizer, looked back at me and seemed to be inviting me to tell my own story. I still couldn't remember all the details, but something was starting to come back as I listened to them tell their stories. I had been going to get coffee for my boss and some of my friends in the office. They had given me their order, and I had gone to Keeger Coffee to get some Joe. I had been coming back with the cardboard container of coffee, the one for me, balanced in my other hand, when someone had asked if they could have my attention, please. I turned, looking at the guy as he stood on a box with a small crowd gathered around him. It wasn't many, maybe 5 or 6 people, including me, but as he asked the question again, a few of them nodded. Found myself nodding along with them. Kay was right. The question was so harmless that I hadn't thought twice about agreeing to it. It seemed that even a nod was good enough. After 3 or 4 of the people had nodded and stepped in closer, he clapped his hands and stepped down off the box. Then, to the general confusion of the crowd, he simply walked away. Looking at the group again, I realized that one of the people from the crowd was sitting there, and they seemed to have remembered me as well. He was on a street corner, a guy standing on a soapbox. He called for everyone's attention, and a few of us gave it to him. I walked off after he left, not thinking anything of it, but that was when it all started. The guy I'd recognized from the crowd was nodding along, looking around as if to show people that he wasn't crazy. Kay was nodding too, and when he spread his hands out, everyone grasped hands, and I found myself joining them. Kay clearly was no victim of the man, and I wondered what his connection was to all this as he reaffirmed to all of us that we were okay, and that it was going to get better. I'm glad that you remembered the man and the moment you lost your attention to him. When I started this group 3 years ago, with Larry there, I knew there would be others. I want to help, I want to heal, and I want to be here for all of you in your time of need. There were nods, some of them thanking him, but I was still curious as to why. Why? If he hasn't affected you, then why do you care? I said, as all of them looked at me. Kay nodded, having expected this. Though I still have my attention, I can assure you that I too have been affected by this man. My father lost his attention to him, you see, about 25 years ago, when I was just a freshman in high school. My father accidentally gave his attention to this man as he stood at a bus stop a few blocks from here. He told anyone who would listen about the man, who had only asked for his attention, screamed it from his bed in the mental hospital, but no one believed him. No one besides me, that is. I've been looking for evidence for years, something to justify my father's stories, and the more of you that I find, the more evidence I get of the man and his existence. I'm so proud of you, of all of you, for being brave enough to come here today and share your stories." They all started to clap, but I didn't join in. "So what do we do now?" I asked as the applause died down. Kay cocked a head at me. "What do you mean?" "I mean, if we know this man is stealing our attention, then why don't we find him and get it back?" The others shook their heads, and I realized I probably wasn't the first person to think of that. Kay sat back, shaking his head morosely, and told me to put the idea out of my mind. "But why? We can find him. You said he likes to hunt in this area, so why don't we just go after him?" "Because no one who tries ever finds him, or they never come back. They either fail to find him and go crazy trying to get back what they lost, or they find him and he does something to them. Maybe having their attention gives him some kind of power over them. Maybe he just does something worse to them. No one knows. This group is a safe place, a support group for those who are suffering from what he did to them. I never wanted to see anyone else live the way my father did, strapped to a hospital bed so he wouldn't wander off and hurt himself. I help people who have been hurt by the man, helping them lead a normal life. Well, as normal a life as they can. I feel that it's my sacred duty to help people, to try and get something back after what he's taken from them. But there's no getting back what he's taken. I hope you'll join us in that. There is, after all, safety in numbers." The meeting ended shortly thereafter, and as I said my goodbyes and watched Kay pack up the snacks, I covertly took one of the photos off the wall. I know he said that once I remembered, the memory would be crystal clear, but I didn't want to risk forgetting what this guy looked like. I can't share in Kay's optimism, and I can't stand by and do nothing if this man is the one who has affected my life in such a way. I don't care what the consequences are. I don't care what happens to me. I'll tattoo it on the back of my hand if I have to, so I can force myself to concentrate anytime I begin to slip. I will find this man, the strange creature who steals what is most important to us, and I will have my attention back, or die trying. I knew there was something off about her when she wandered up to me. It had been about a week after the incident with the orderly, and I was just finishing up the write-up on the encounter for my book when I saw her walk out of the stairwell. She was wearing clothes that looked terribly out of date, but remarkably well preserved. Her pants were soft, her blouse robin's egg blue. She was barefoot, one foot covered in a stocking while the other was bare and red-looking. She was disoriented, looking around like someone unused to seeing something so fantastical, and if it hadn't been for her clothes, I might have thought she was some kind of backwoods hick who was on their monthly trip into town. She looked at me, confused as to what I was doing, and when I asked her if I could help her, she asked me what I had done with her desk. "Your desk?" "Yes, I know it looks a little different, but this has to be Cashmere Medical Center. I only stepped out for a break, and I came back to this strange place." She was breathing heavily, her eyes darting around like the walls might fall on her. She was wearing a name tag, and as I glanced down at it, I saw her name was Frances. "Ma'am, I don't know what to tell you. I've been manning this desk for the last 2 years. Is there something I can help you with? Someone you might be looking for?" Her teeth chattered a little, her eyes still darting around like a scared animal. I don't know. Is Miss Gilbert here? I need to talk to Miss Gilbert." I thought about it, trying to figure out who she might mean. My boss was Mr. Corey, the head of communications, and had been for the last decade as far as I knew. I racked my brain thinking about who she might mean before seeing a sign by the door with the name of our management team on it. Tracy Gilbert, head of human resources, stood out, and I wondered if that might be who she was talking about. "Do you mean Miss Gilbert in Human Resources? I'm afraid she would have gone home by now. She looked confused. Tracy isn't with Human Resources. She just got promoted to head operator. No, none of this makes any sense. I didn't know what she needed, but about that time, David came around the corner and nearly dropped his ladder. Oh my God, he breathed, putting his hands to his mouth like an old woman. That's Frances Garland. The woman turned when he said her name, but if she recognized David, she never said. That's right. Do you know me? I seem to have gotten turned around somewhere. Can you help me? She took a step toward him, her legs shaking as she swooned. David did drop the ladder this time, and when he caught her, I was already calling the code overhead. The ER responded pretty quickly, thundering up the hall with a crash cart, as they bundled her onto a stretcher and rode her down the hall to the emergency room. David and I watched her go, and I was about to quip that it was just a typical Tuesday when I noticed how flabbergasted he still was. You okay, David? You look like you've seen a ghost. David looked at me as if he wasn't sure whether I were trying to be cute or not. He was shocked when he realized I was serious. Have you seriously never heard of Frances Garland? She has a commemorative plaque in the butterfly garden. I shrugged. Her and about 20 other people. Yeah, but hers was a gift from the hospital. A few of them are, actually. When you go missing on the job suddenly, the admins usually give your family a plaque. It's their way of saying, sorry, the hospital ate your family member. Wait, I said, are you saying that Frances went missing on duty at Cashmere? David nodded. I'm saying this is the first time she's been seen in nearly 50 years. That left me a little speechless, too. Wait, how do you know it's her? He snorted. You're too young to remember it, but in the 80s, they had a commemorative art gallery where the surgical waiting room is now. I remember having to change the bulbs in there about once a week, and I walked past the picture someone did of her so many times I could commit it to memory. It was a good one, too, very lifelike, and that woman is the spitting image of that picture. No, he amended, not the spitting image. That's her. It's even the clothes she was supposed to be wearing when she disappeared. Want to tell me what happened, or are you just going to keep being vague? I asked, crossing my arms as he continued to tell me very little. David took a seat, shaking his head at the fact that I had never heard this before. We're talking about ancient hospital history here. Pretty sure that Frances Garland went missing before Shaky Leg Mary took her first step in the OR. Frances was one of the early mysteries of the hospital, least one of the first ones I was aware of. She disappeared way before I got here, but they were still talking about her when I came along. She was a receptionist, just like you, and she sat at the desk that used to sit here. Back then, reception was only open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and after that, you just had to figure it out for yourself. Can you imagine? I quipped. So, Carl's predecessor, a guy named Nathan, had come by around noon to give her a break. She took her lunch upstairs to eat with a friend of hers, a nurse on 3 North, and said that she'd be back in about half an hour. Nathan took a seat, but after 45 minutes went by and Frances still hadn't returned, Nathan called up to 3 North to see if she had lost track of time. Her friend told the charge nurse that Frances had never shown up, and she'd eaten her lunch and gone back to work about 15 minutes ago. Nathan called and got some relief and started searching the hospital for her, but he never found her. They called her house, they called her family, and the police talked to her friends, but no one ever saw Frances again. She left her purse on the desk, a purse that contained her house keys, as well as her bus pass. Some people said she must have run off with a boyfriend or something, but the people who knew Frances knew that was impossible. Frances wasn't the kind of girl to just up and disappear, and her boyfriend hadn't seen her either. Her bank account remained unused, her apartment was empty, and people began to speculate about what had happened to her. She was never found, and it appears it's a mystery we only now have an answer for. I nodded, suspecting that David would have a pretty good idea of what had happened to Frances. If it could transport people 50 years into the future, I'd say David had gotten off very lucky. David got back to work, but he was far from my only visitor that day. The sun had set by then, and I was just getting my hospitalist list done for the night when Carl came walking up. Carl had been a lot more amiable since the incident with the orderly had ended. He seemed to be sleeping regularly, eating something besides fast food, and thinking about things other than a red-clad man who may or may not be killing people. He hadn't been. He had apologized a few more times afterwards, something I told him he didn't have to do, and he seemed to have decided that he could be forgiven now and stop saying he was sorry. "I understand you found Frances Garland," he said, by way of greeting. "It's more like she found me," I admitted, telling him what had happened. He listened, nodding as he looked back at the offending stairwell door. "Sounds kind of familiar," he said, landing on what I'd already figured. "Yeah, it's what David said too. Have you talked to her?" Carl nodded. "Sure did. Isn't every day a 72-year-old, 23-year-old stumbles out of the stairwell after being missing for almost 50 years. I asked her what had happened, and she told me quite a story. She said she walked into the stairwell with her lunch in the spring of 76 and walked upstairs and stairs and stairs. Then, after some time, she eventually came out. She didn't know how long she'd been in there, but she said it hadn't been longer than a week. She'd eaten her lunch, drank some water in a puddle, eaten some weird mushrooms, and just kind of existed for a while. She said the doors had showed her weird things, strange places, and terrifying creatures, and she was always afraid they would get in and eat her up while she was asleep. Then today, she thinks, a man woke her up and told her she looked lost. He helped her find the right door and told her that she should get back where she belonged." "A man?" I asked, thinking I might know who she was talking about. "Bald guy in red pajamas was what she said," Carl finished with a little wink. I smiled. It appeared he wasn't just good at guiding dead people. "What I don't get," Carl piped in, "is why it took her 47 years to get back. David was gone for 3 days. How did Mrs. Garland go missing for almost 5 decades? I could only shrug. Maybe time works different in there. Maybe it's not her, but a doppelganger like the lady from the OR. Maybe she's a monster, just pretending to be Frances Garland. Who knows, Carl? There's just stuff we don't understand about this place, and we may never understand it." Carl shook his head. "You will, one day. It's your calling, man. You love the mystery of this place. I can see it every time I come in and find you working on your book. I may never find the answers, but you will someday." He left me then, and I was surprised to find that he had left me with a deep feeling of pride. When my relief came in, I found myself stopping in the ER to ask about the woman who had been taken from the reception area earlier that day. "So you were the one that found her," the nurse at the desk said. "Well, she's doing better now. She was dehydrated and extremely anxious. She appears to be very confused. Thinks she's Frances Garland, you know, that old receptionist that went missing all those years ago. It took some doing, but she's resting comfortably now on the 4th floor if you'd like to go visit her." I was tired, but found that I did want a word with the mysterious Frances Garland. I arrived at her room to find her sleeping, but she had a visitor already, it seemed. The woman was known to me, her iron gray hair pulled back in a neat bun, and her blue eyes looking at the woman without seeming to understand her. She looked up when I came in, and I greeted Mrs. Tracy Gilbert. She nodded at me, pointed to the door, and the two of us stepped into the hallway as she closed it quietly behind her. "Are you the one that found her?" she asked, her tone telling me she already knew. "She came tumbling out of the stairwell, looking lost and confused," I said with a nod. "That tracks. When she went into that hospital stairwell, the walls looked like wood grain. This new design probably looks like something out of a sci-fi movie to her." "So, do you believe it's her then?" I asked, feigning skepticism. She nodded. "I do. Franny and I graduated high school together in 71. She was so happy when I got promoted to head operator, something that's now called head of telecom. I had just gotten promoted when she disappeared, and the second I saw her, I knew it was her. She hasn't changed a bit. She looks the same now as she did when she waved at me in the hallway that morning. I don't know how that's possible, but she's back. It'll take time, but I think she can acclimate to this time. I offered to help if she wanted me to, and Mrs. Gilbert said that she would take all the help she could get. You're the young man who's writing about the strange things that happen around here, aren't you? I stifled a chuckle. Did everyone know about the book? Before you go too deep, remember that she once sat where you sit now. Don't be so casual about the project you're passionate about. You might not make it back, but you might come back to find everyone you knew and loved is dead, and you're left in a world you no longer understand. She went back into Francis's room then, leaving me to chew over that little hard-to-swallow fact. I see it every time I close my eyes. I hope you can help me, because otherwise I think I might go insane. Dr. Winters nodded, her back to the man, as she made tea. Well, that's what we're here for, Mr. Garvey. Would you like some tea? It's a specialty of the clinic. I find it sometimes helps with the forgetting. Garvey chuckled. With all due respect, ma'am, if I could drink these memories away, I would have done it weeks ago. I will take some, though. It smells so unique. He blew on it, making the steam dance, and Pamela smiled as he took a tentative sip. It's ginseng and winter cherry. It's supposed to promote memory recall, so you can get it all out and forget. He had looked unsettled when she had said recall, but he breathed a sigh of relief when she talked about getting it up so that he could forget. Let's start at the beginning, she said, taking her seat and smiling at him. Well, look, before we start, this is one of those things where if I accidentally admit to a crime, it's covered under patient confidentiality, right? Winter laughed. You certainly wouldn't be the first to admit to something unsavory, and yes, my lips are sealed. That wasn't true, and she knew it, but as long as he wasn't about to admit to anything involving children, she wouldn't tattle on him. Humans had been killing each other in new and interesting ways since before this one was born, so why judge them for it now? Okay, well, this happened a couple of months ago, back in January, and it's something I doubt I'll ever forget. I was going through Tennessee, trying to make my delivery before I got snowed in, and that's how I came to be in the Appalachians in the first place. I've been driving big rigs since I was 22. It's the only job I could see myself doing. There's something about being behind the wheel of that monster, knowing it's just you in the open road, that makes me regret that I ever climbed out. I have a house, not a big one, but a house, where I keep my stuff, but that's never been my home. Behind the wheel of my 18-wheeler, catching the scenery pass by, falling asleep in the back, and knowing that I get to do it all again tomorrow has always been the closest thing to home for me. It's probably why I never married. No women, no rugrats, nothing could ever compare to that truck. Anyway, I'm just waxing on. That's not what you want to hear about. I should have known better than to take my truck through that pass, but I was on a deadline and I needed to get there. The road would have saved me 2 hours of highway driving on a good day. As it turned out, it cost me a whole day. I could see the flurries as I drove, and I should have known better, but I just told myself that I knew what I was doing. I took the mountain connector and never looked back. Higher I went, the thicker the snow got. I had good tires, though, and this wasn't my first time trucking in the snow. I did, however, slow down, and that was what I'd hoped to avoid. It was just after lunch when I started up the trail, and as the sun set and I found I still wasn't even halfway through the pass, started getting nervous. There'd be nowhere to pull over on the pass. It was 2 lanes nearly all the way, and I would have no way to safely sleep up there without possibly getting hit by another vehicle. I decided to push on, but as the blow came past my lights, I started getting worried. The guardrails were covered in snow, and it would be all too easy to go careening off the edge of the pass into the weather. I wished I'd just taken the highway, but it's too late to regret now. There's no way to turn around, no way to reverse back down the mountain. It was succeed or fail, and failure could be catastrophic. As the snow blew, the warm cab hummed amicably. I found it hard to keep my eyes open. It was so warm, and the energy drinks were doing nothing to keep my eyes from snapping shut. My lack of sleep was starting to catch up with me, and when I blinked a little too long, thought I saw something that couldn't be there. Standing in the road, looking like a deer in the headlights, was a man in flannels. His shirt looked like a stop sign. His eyes were as large as dinner plates, and I knew I would never stop in time. I tried, but not a lot. I knew it would take me over the edge if I started sliding, and as I kept rolling, the man disappeared without a bump or a bang. I shook my head, breathing heavily as I looked fitfully for any sign of the guy. There was nothing, though. No smear behind the truck, no body in the snow, and I shook my head as I came to terms with the error. I'd fallen asleep behind the wheel or seen something that wasn't there. It was easy enough to consider as my adrenaline ran heavy and my mind looked for answers. I'd been driving for 16 straight hours, riding most of the day on energy drinks, and it wasn't unthinkable that I had hallucinated. Could have been nothing. Could have been a deer. It could have been a pothole. As I kept driving, I told myself it was nothing to worry about. I had dozed off for a second and had a bad dream. Thank goodness I had woken up before I drove off the side of the damn mountain. I kept going, kept plugging away, but I think that was when I first noticed the sound. It was loud enough to hear over the rev of the engine, but subtle enough to be all the spookier. I didn't always hear it. Sometimes I would go miles before I heard it, but it sounded like something scratching at the underside of the cab. It wasn't like someone trying to burrow their way in or anything. It was honestly easy to miss if you weren't listening. It was 3 long scrapes, and then it was silence. Sometimes it was every minute. Sometimes it was every few minutes. Sometimes it was once an hour. It persisted all night, but I told myself I had picked up a stick, that was all. I'd run over a limb in the snow and was just dragging it behind me. Snow would clear it up and it would dislodge soon. The longer I drove, the more the wind began to sound a little too human. The wind had buffeted the truck since I had ascended upward, but as I came back down, it began to get a little better. Without the blowing wind to cover the cab in snow and ice, I started hearing something in that wind. It was faint, almost inaudible, but it seemed to creep into the cabin and it sapped all the warmth out of me. "Help!" it wailed, a ghostly nail against my spine. The first time was easily put aside. It's just the wind. It was just my nerves. It was all in my head, and I'd be fine once I got off this mountain. An hour later, as the words became clearer and clearer with each iteration, it became harder and harder to ignore. Paired with the scratching, the blinding snow, the difficulties in keeping my eyes open, it all came to a head as the dark road stretched on and on. Should have been off this mountain by now, but that snowy road just went on and on. Was I still dreaming, I wondered? Had I run off the side of the mountain, and this was purgatory that came afterward? I kept my hands on the wheel, and my eyes on the road, praying that the mountain would end soon and I'd escape whatever strange world I had found up here. All the while, the nails scratched and the voice wailed. I began to shake the farther I went. I thought about stopping to check, but as the grade became steeper, I wasn't sure I could safely do that. Plus, I was a little scared about climbing out to have a look, afraid it was a trick. I wasn't afraid of getting robbed or nothing, but I'd grown up with stories of haunted Appalachia. In my susceptible state, the idea that I had pissed off some mountain spirit seemed very real, and I plowed along at a suicidal speed, hoping no one had broke down ahead of me. It was nearly 3 a.m. when I finally came off the mountain, and I'd never been gladder to merge with traffic in my life. It felt safe to have other cars around me. Felt like maybe the cries for help and the scratching might go away now that there were people around again. The farther the mountain grew behind me, the more I thought I had escaped whatever spirit I had angered up there. But I was wrong. It waited until my hope was at its highest. Then I heard it again. 3 long scratches, followed by silence. I almost ran into the car in front of me, my brakes barely stopping in time when the tail lights flared to life. It wasn't possible. I was out of the mountains. I turned on the radio, fearing I would hear the voice next, but it was just the scratching after that. I had found a country and western station, but nothing seemed to drown out that scratching. I switched to a rock station, something a little louder, but I could hear that scratching even over the loudest vocals. Nothing I did seemed to help, and I suddenly remembered that I had the headphones I sometimes used for the CB. They'd block out the sound. They'd block out almost anything. As I slipped them on, I was left in a world of muffled silence. Then, as if something were scratching right within the hard plastic, I heard 3 long scratches, followed by silence. The left ear of the headphones broke when I threw them violently off me, and I put on my hazards as I pulled over to see what had gotten stuck under my truck. I knew it had to be something making that noise. My truck had never made a noise like that before, and if I dislodged the branch or the root or whatever, I could show myself that it was something normal and no ghost or goblin after all. I put on my heavy coat and my thick wool hat before I reached for the headlamp and the glove box for good measure. Then I kicked open the door and grabbed the handle beside the cab. Last thing I wanted to do was bust my ass in the snow as I stood beside the road. When I came off the step, I planted my feet on the ground and saw something else that might be useful. The broom was something I used to sweep out the cab sometimes, but I thought it might work to dislodge whatever had become stuck under my truck. I could feel the snow sopping into my jeans as I took a knee, and as the headlamp came on, I looked for the source of the noise. There's no branch or root under there, but when I found the source, I did a little screaming of my own. He'd gotten wedged under there somehow. His arms tangled in the metal handles under the cab. He'd been dragged, that much was clear, 'cause his legs were little more than shattered nubs. He had indeed been wearing red flannel, and it had gotten hung under the cab as well. His eyes stared at me, almost accusingly, and it took several minutes to get a hold of my nerves. What was I going to do? I'd killed somebody. I'd run over him like an animal, and now I'd have to face the consequences. They'd send me to prison if I was lucky. If I wasn't, they'd still send me to prison, but only until it was time to give me the needle. No, I thought I wasn't going to let this stranger ruin my life. I jabbed him with the broom, hoping he would just fall out, but no luck. I poked at him some more, begging him to just fall off, but he was stuck tight. If I could dislodge him, I could just leave him in the snow by the side of the road. They wouldn't find him until the snow started to melt, and by then, all the evidence would be gone. No one could ever link me to this, and I could continue to go about my life as normal. "Get out from under my truck," I growled, jabbing at him with gusto. I didn't think he was going to come out for a moment, but after a particularly vicious bit of jabbing with the broom, his arm detached and he fell wetly to the snow. Didn't take much manipulation after that to get the arms unfolded. And then he was in the snow with his pieces scattered around him. I felt a momentary wash of guilt, but I pushed it away as I climbed back into the cab. Who went hiking up the road in the snow anyway? He'd been a fool who was walking up the snowy road in the middle of the night in a snowstorm. As I pulled away, I breathed a little easier when I saw the snow beginning to cover him. To the average passerby, he would just look like a bag of garbage that someone had tossed out on the side of the road. I drove for another hour, fighting sleep the whole way, till I found a rest stop far enough away from my crime to be safe. I pulled in and secured my cab and prepared to get some shut-eye. I could squeeze a few hours of sleep out and only be a little bit late to drop off my cargo. After all, the snow had slowed me down, right? I had settled in the sleeper cab, already fallen into sleep that would definitely be deep enough for me to ignore my alarm, when I heard something I couldn't ignore. 3 scratches on the underside of the sleeper cab. I sat up, looking around as if someone might be in the cab with me. It wasn't possible. I'd gotten rid of him. There was no way he'd be scratching at the bottom of my cab. It wasn't possible. I was imagining things. I told myself I needed sleep. I needed rest. I just needed some shut-eye. And I would help. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't imagined that. That had sounded like it was in the cab with me. Help. I was shivering, my teeth chattering, and the scratching had started again. I pulled the covers up over my head, trying to block it out, but no matter what I did, the phantom words always found me. I was crying as the scratching increased in frequency, and soon it was a constant scrape, scrape, scrape of nails on the bottom of my truck. I was shaking and crying and trying my best to pull it together as the sound of my ghostly passenger cascaded over me. I closed my eyes, pulling the covers over my head as I tried to block it all out. I was imagining things, I told myself as I sat shuddering beneath my blankets. This was all just a hallucination. I was sleep deprived and caffeine overindulged. I'd eaten a bad gas station hot dog that morning, and this was the result. There was nothing otherworldly at work here. It was all nerves and stimulants. There was more gravy than of grave of this fella. Help. I jumped at the voice as it echoed through my skull, and suddenly I couldn't take it anymore. I was out of the cab and running, looking aside as I ran for the rest stop information center. I pounded on the door until somebody came to answer, and I must have looked frantic because they agreed to let me in to call the police. I sat in the office and sipped at the water he had brought me, shaking like an old man as I awaited my fate. I told the police everything when they arrived, skipping nothing and telling them every incriminating detail. From the start, the police were skeptical of my story. They too thought it unlikely that someone was hiking in the mountains at night, in a snowstorm no less, but said they'd go check out the site of my body disposal. They left an officer with me while they went to investigate my claim, and about an hour later they came back to ask me how long I'd been driving without sleep. I told them it had been nearly 24 hours, I guessed. They said it sounded like I'd been hallucinating. We didn't find anything out there. No body, no arms, no sign that you even pulled over to dislodge something. We checked out your truck too, and there's nothing to suggest that you had a body stuck under there. We advise you to get some sleep, and hopefully you'll feel better. I told him I would, but I ended up driving to a hotel and leaving the truck in the lot. I made the delivery, but whenever I'm in that truck, I hear the sounds of my ghostly sin. 2 weeks ago, I sold the truck and walked away from the business forever. My boss was sorry to lose me, but I can't do it anymore. I'm terrified that I'll get sloppy and kill someone else, and I just can't trust my own senses anymore. The cops can say what they want, but I know what I did, and I know what I saw. Thought it might stop once I sold the truck, but I can still hear him calling for help when I close my eyes. No matter where I sleep, I'm still haunted by that ghostly scratching. As much as I want to, I fear there'll be no rest for me. Mr. Garvey gagged as the memory came up, and Dr. Winter whisked it away before he could come around. He was pleasant enough when he came back to himself, if not a little unsure of what he was doing there. Winter told him he had come in for a session, and it must have worked because, well, he couldn't remember anything. He thanked her for whatever he had needed to forget and told her that he would have to tell his friends what a great job she had done. Winter waved him out, but she knew it wouldn't fix what he was experiencing. She had seen the angry spirit, the one that floated above him like a storm cloud. That one would need more than just forgetting, but maybe Mr. Garvey deserved him. After all, everyone had to deal with the consequences of their sin, didn't they? I was talking with a ranger on shift the other day, and he had a strange story from a couple of years ago. The ranger, we'll call him Jacob, had been doing this for about 15 years, and he's seen more in that time here than I could ever hope to. Missing kids, murdered campers, lost people who just wander up out of the depths after being gone for decades, lost hikers who aren't as lost as we might think. We were talking about weird stuff in the park. I had told him about the train that I had encountered while looking for the kid, and he asked me if I'd seen any weird critters in the woods. I told him I had, filling him in on the thing about the butterflies and the other thing, before asking what sort of things he had seen. He got quiet for a minute as he thought about the best way to tell it. I almost thought he wasn't going to, but he seemed to decide on it after some quiet and leaned in close like he was afraid that someone would hear him. You know how far our property goes, right? Like damn near to the outskirts of Atlanta, and then up to North Carolina. The park looks like a long, jagged scar on the map, and the park's size is really kind of daunting. There are some 30 rangers to cover the whole park, which is why we end up calling in volunteers for large-scale searches. The saving grace is that a lot of it is dense woodland tracks, animal sanctuaries, spots too difficult to get to for your average hiker. The park that the guests see is a squirt in the bucket, and we have a hard time maintaining that. I nodded, not sure where he was going with this, but curious nonetheless. So one afternoon, as I was manning the phones at the station, I get a call about a vehicle that's parked along an access road near the northern edge. The second they told me the location, I knew this was going to be some weirdness. I tried to call a couple of rangers that were also on duty in the park, but none of them had their ears on, it seemed. In the end, I decided to go myself, and I found myself dreading the trip. I asked him why, and he looked at me like I was slow. It was the LK-76 access road. When I didn't immediately look startled, he rolled his eyes at me. God, you must be new. The LK-76 road is that road they had all the missing hikers on about 10 years ago. There was a gathering in the woods near the access road. A bunch of hippie types with tents and stuff. And the Forestry Service was out there for days trying to track them all down. It was one of the biggest incidents I was ever a part of, and some of those people are still missing to this day. There's about 10 names still on that list as unfound, and I doubt we'll ever locate them. You know as well as I do that sometimes people go into those woods and just don't come back out. And this was a larger event than most in that respect. I tried to remember if I'd heard anything about that, and I decided it probably wasn't the kind of thing they put in the orientation packet. So there I am, driving an hour out to the spot in question, and I get there just as dusk is setting in. There's a minivan parked by the side of the dirt road, just like the report had said, and as I'm looking at the tag and calling it in, I see something glint off the metal and turn to see a fire in the woods. Not like a forest fire, but like a campfire off the road a ways. Looks to be less than a mile in, and if night hadn't been falling pretty damn quick, I would have probably never seen it. I decided to go check it out, thinking it was probably just the owner of the van, and come up on a familiar clearing that I haven't thought about in years. The last time I'd seen it, the place was full of tents and trash, people sitting around asking questions from park staff. Tonight, though, there was only a single fire burning in the pit. A young woman was sitting beside it, maybe 30 at the most, with a sleeping kid in her lap. The kid was school-aged, probably about 9, and she looked at me expectantly as I stepped close to her fire. Her expectation turned to surprise, however, and it appeared I wasn't who she was looking for. "Oh, sorry, I was expecting someone else," she said. "Sorry to bother you, ma'am," I said, taking a seat by the fire. "We had reports of a vehicle on the access road, and when I saw your fire, I thought it might belong to you." She nodded at me. "It is. My son and I are just waiting for his father to join us. No need to worry about us." Looking around, I decided there might be several reasons to worry about them. It was August at the time, and she was in a simple dress and no shoes. The kid was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, though at least he had shoes on. There wasn't a sleeping bag or a tent in sight, and though the season was mild, it could still get down in the low 40s at night. I didn't see any coolers for food or water either, and unless the fella she was waiting on was bringing a whole bunch of supplies, they were likely in for a bad time. She smiled when I told her that, stroking the kid's hair as he slept soundly against her. "Not quite as prepared as I was the first time I camped here, but once his father arrives, I doubt we'll need much of anything." "Have you camped out here before?" I asked, the campfire casting her face in a ghostly refrain. "Once, when I was very young. My family came out here to commune with nature and got a little more than they bargained for." I sat for a moment, listening to the fire crackle, mulling over what she had said and guessing at the meaning. "You don't mean you were here with those people?" I asked. She looked up, her eyes turning a little hot. "Those people were my family. At least they were back then," she added, the last like an afterthought, and it cooled some of the heat in those eyes. As I listened, I realized I had heard what he was talking about before. How could I have forgotten? It had been all over the news when I was in middle school, and it had been all anyone could talk about for weeks. It had excited a lot of people in the worst way possible in my semi-religious community. The news reports had called the group Satanists, but Mom and Dad had told us they were probably just people out doing crazy things in the woods. ties to Satan or not. A bunch of them had gone missing, and the ones that had come out of the woods hadn't been right. They claimed they had seen things they couldn't quite explain, and for 2 weeks there had been general panic around whatever they had seen and whatever they had been doing out in the woods. I wanted to ask her to tell me what had happened, but it seemed rude at the time. How do you just ask someone to explain to you about what was probably one of the worst days of their life? Turned out I didn't have to ask. As we sat there listening to the fire, she just began talking, uninvited. He had taken me out of my thoughts when he started talking, and I focused my attention back on him. Our leader had brought us out to the woods to be with nature, but he actually meant to commune with something else. We didn't know that he had been researching local legends and had decided that whatever was in the woods was worth seeking. He wanted us to be safe, though. He wasn't a complete fool, so he enlisted the help of a local guide. The kid, at the time he was only a little older than I was, came well vetted, but turned out to be a little green. He set up what he believed was a proper protective circle, burnt the right things to keep whatever might come at bay, but it was all for nothing. She then looked down at the kid sleeping on her lap as she stroked his hair. I can't lay it all at his feet, I suppose. We did our part as well. Amadeus had whipped them into a frenzy with a mixture of drugs and alcohol, and when we got what we wanted, we decided to get nosy. We went to investigate, despite the advice of the guide, and ended up unmaking all of his preparations. With the protection unmade, he decided to wash his hands of us, and went to go protect himself instead. I went to try and help my friends and family, but that's when I met this one's father. She stopped long enough for me to think she wouldn't go on, and when she started again, it was a little surprising. I remember jumping as if struck, her voice older than her 30 years, and wondered if I wanted to know the end. He met several members of my family that night, but to 3 of us, he left little gifts. Gifts like this one, she said, as she looked down at the sleeping boy. Gifts that killed the other 2, but not me for some reason. Is that why you're out here? I asked. She nodded. He's been calling to the boy, telling him things that he can't understand, telling him things that he doesn't want to understand. It was inevitable that he would call him back, so now we've come to see it through. We were quiet for a little while, but all at once it began to sound like something was moving in the woods. It was big, whatever it was, and I began to hear noises that didn't make a lot of sense. The grunts of deer, the soft chuffing of bears, the clittering sound of raccoons, the chirping of squirrels, and all of it seemed to swirl around us like an angry wind. I whipped my head about as if I might keep it at bay with the knowledge that I could see it, but the woman had no such idea. She just sat and stroked her child, looking as if this was what she had expected to find. It appears that he has found us. I would suggest you leave, if you ever intend to leave again. If my van is still there tomorrow, go ahead and have it towed. I don't think I'll be needing it. Not where I'm going. I didn't need any more prompting than that. I ran out of that clearing, heading in the direction I believed the road to be. Behind me, the fire went out, and I heard those noises converge on that clearing, like waves rolling up to the shore. Fortunately for me, I had been correct. I came out on the road about 30 minutes later, and after getting in my truck, I drove like the devil himself was behind me. I got a call 3 days later to let me know the van was still out there, and I told them to call the wrecker and have it towed back to the city. Whoever she wasn't going to need it anymore. The two of us sat there as his story came to a close, and I suddenly felt as if my forest train was nothing more special than a tree full of newborn squirrels. It's best to remember, strange things happen in these woods. You could try to rack your brain over it, like I did with the woman and her campfire, but it'll never lead you to anything. It's best to just put it out of your mind and go about your business. Otherwise, you might become whatever it is his business in the end. He left then, getting in his car and driving home, and after locking up the ranger station for the night, I did the same. I've got more stories from my first year as a park ranger, and maybe I'll tell you if the Park Service doesn't shut me down. Till then, take care of yourselves while you're out in the woods. Treat them with respect, because they will not hold the same respect for you. He watched as the town of Cashmere disappeared as the bus drove into the all-too-familiar woods that surrounded the prison. In a way, this was an odd kind of homecoming for him. How many times had he driven this road to get to work? How many times had he yawned as he got off work, trying to keep his eyes open as he drove to his apartment at the Whispering Pines apartment complex? The windows had the dark tint on them, the kind that no one could see through, and that was a blessing. If anyone had known he was on that bus, they might have formed a blockade and just hung him right there in the park. Some of the residents of Cashmere would have probably eaten picnic lunches while he breathed his last. It was pretty short notice, but there might have even been commemorative t-shirts. After all, it wasn't every day the nightclub killer came home to stay. He reflected that they might not even recognize him if they'd seen him from the windows of the prison bus. He had spent most of his trial and confinement at the tiny jailhouse they had in Cummings. The guards knew who he was, knew what he was, and they had been more than happy to mistreat him now that there was nothing he could do about it. His food had been thrown on the floor at least once a day. His commissary had been lost more than a few times, and he thought it likely that he had lost 50 pounds in that little cell. Didn't really matter. When your life was restricted to an 8x8 cell that you never got to leave, very little mattered at all. He'd done endless push-ups, sit-ups, and crunches. He'd eaten bugs when he was hungry, something the jail had in abundance, and drank water more often than not when the bugs weren't plentiful. He looked like a new man, like a different man, and he doubted anyone that he had known before would recognize him when he came back. He came back to Stragview, not through the front gate, as he had so many times before, but through the sliding metal gate that ushered the new inmates into their life of shadow and violence. The buses were usually full, but today there was a slim roster indeed. Besides him, shackled to the seat behind a cage at the back of the bus, there were 8 others. One of them, a pedophile who had tried to talk to him for the first week before finally giving up, had been someone he'd seen at jail when he'd spent the last 8 months there, but the rest were strangers. People passing time in this place, some of them never to see the light of day again. That was all they were. Not like him. Not special. He was special, and everyone knew it. The new fish in the front of the bus were herded off, the COs yelling and swearing at them as they hustled them out and lined them up. He assumed he would be next, taken to stand with them, but as they filed into the orientation building, his restraints were still in place. He started to get worried. This wasn't how things usually were. Would they take him straight to his dorm? Maybe they didn't think someone who had been part of Stragview's daily operation needed to be oriented. Maybe, he dared to think, they might give him a welcome that befits someone who had once walked amongst them and had now fallen so far. He was starting to get worried that they would just leave him here for the night, when 2 guards he knew came striding onto the bus. Sergeant McCowan and Officer Gerber were in the category of COs that fell under the heading of not to be fucked with. McGowan was about 5'6", but he was as wide as he was tall, with arms like a longshoreman. Gerber was less intimidating, but he was an ex-Marine, and he was no stranger to violence. The look he gave Gerber didn't shake the man in the least, but he had a special grievance against him. Gerber, Nosy Gerber, had been part of the reason he was here at all. If it hadn't been for Gerber and his need to put his nose where it didn't belong, he might have gotten a less harsh sentence. "Inmate B50967, Sergeant McCowan growled. "The warden wants to see you. Are you going to comply, or are we going to drag you across the concrete?" Inmate B50967 didn't bother answering. He just nodded and held his hands out to be uncuffed. "Guess again, superstar. Those hands stay shackled, legs too. But we will be unhooking you from the bus, since you can't very well take it with you. You so much as lift that foot before I tell you to, and the warden can visit you in the infirmary for all I care. You feel me?" Inmate B50967 nodded, and when the 2 of them caught him under the arms, he rose amiably enough and let them escort him to see the warden. McCowan called it in over the radio, letting the guards on the yard know that he had a bad guy on the way that needed a clear shot. B50967 walked up the same concrete path he had taken to his dorm every night, right up until Gerber had discovered his little secret, and though the inmates faced away from him, he could hear them whisper to themselves as he passed. "That's him. That's the guard-turned-killer. The one from E-Dorm? They say he killed 7 women before they caught him. Shit, think he needs a gang to watch his back? What's his name again? Who knows? Just another stinking guard who slipped up. It's the only difference between us and them anyway. They didn't get caught as often as we did." B50967 listened to them whisper the whole way to the tower, but when the procession suddenly stopped, he looked down to see who had been stupid enough to get in their way. He looked down to find a familiar orange wraith looking up at him with big green inquisitive eyes. All the guards knew about old One-Ear, all the inmates too, but most of them never got close to him. There had been one, he seemed to remember, and he had paid the price for the friendship. B50967 knew guards who brought cat food in their bags in an attempt to entice the old Orange Tom, but he'd never seen a guard get close enough to pet the old compound cat. When it twined between his legs, giving his ankles a quick nuzzle, B50967 knew that something significant had happened. It seemed the cat didn't think of him as a guard anymore, and he had been accepted as one of the rabble. The cat swiped at McGowan in passing, but as he ready to boot to kick out at it, the cat shot off like a bolt of lightning and disappeared over the fence into the rabbit run. "Spooky," the old sergeant said, but if Gerber agreed, he gave no indication. They led him to the looming edifice that now stood as the warden's permanent residence, and as they came through the gate, McCowan told Gerber that he could go. "No need for both of us to have to wander into this spooky place. I'll meet you in the captain's office when it's time for lunch," he promised, and the officer seemed more than happy to be done with this particular detail. As the tower gate closed, locking both McGowan and the inmate inside, the old sergeant turned back to him, his warmth disappearing. "You act up," McGowan promised, opening the door and pushing him in, "and I can promise you that I'll lose you in confinement. This ain't something that happens often. Very few inmates come into the tower to speak with the warden, and if you aren't absolutely respectful, I might bounce your head off the steps before I drag you to the box. You understand?" B50967 nodded, a slow up and down, and McGowan led him up the stairs to the very top. The climb was all the more difficult because of the shackles on his legs, but he would be damned if he let McGowan know that he was discomforted. The weak and hectic thing that he had once been was gone, along with his old name. He was B50967 now, and if it didn't fit, then he was sure that after a couple of decades in this place, it would. They came to a round wooden door at the top of the stairs, and when McGowan knocked, a cultured voice told them to enter. B50967 came into the warden's office with the clink of chains and the sound of Chopin. The old recorder player was warbling out the sound of the old master as he plied his craft, and B50967 was unsurprised to see a familiar orange tom sitting on the desk and purring under the warden's gentle hand. He knew those hands could turn cruel if they wanted to, and when the old man turned those expressive red eyes on him, he shuddered all over. "Ah, there you are. I wanted to see how you were, given that you used to be one of mine in a very different sense. Thank you, Sergeant. You may go now." McGowan blinked. "Sir, I'm not supposed to—" "You are supposed to do as instructed, Sergeant. Do you think I can't handle a man, shackled hand to wrist if I need to? I've been throwing inmates around since before you were born." McGowan gave his charge a hard look, promising violence if he acted up, but it appeared he was far more afraid of the man in the pinstriped suit sitting behind the huge oak desk. "I'll be right outside," McGowan promised, closing the door behind him as he stepped onto the landing. That just left the warden and his new charge, alone with the orange tomcat. "Cribs, cribs, cribs," the warden intoned like a disappointed father. "It pains me to see you like this, especially when we both know you were just giving them what they deserved, weren't you?" B50967 said nothing. He just sat with his hands in his lap and the chains swinging from his ankles. "After all, you were the stronger, the more cunning. Why shouldn't you have killed them? Your only crime was hubris. Really, leaving a trail like that on a work computer. It's like you were asking to get caught, although your incarceration helps me more than you can imagine." He looked up to find the warden grinning at him, his face locked in a predatory smirk that he always wore. "You see, I need something done around here, a little housekeeping, if you will. There are people here who are undermining the structure I've put in place. They are beholden to something that isn't in the best interests of this facility, and I want it to stop. I want you to stop it, Cribs." B50967 shook his head, pointing to the little ID card that was clipped to his chest. "Cribs is dead," he said, his voice rusty after months of silence. "I'm nothing but a number now. The man who sat in the dorm and wrote in that little journal is gone. I just want to live what life I can with the time I have." The warden nodded. "I suppose there's something to that. Many people find peace in a place like this. I don't think you're one of those people, however." The smirk was gone now, the playful attitude had evaporated, and the warden was ready to make a deal, it seemed. B50967 wondered if his soul would be the currency for this transaction. "You didn't kill those women because it brought you peace. You weren't trying to tip the scales of right or wrong. You killed them because you wanted to, and you never work without a purpose. So allow me to give you a purpose. I have a list of 12 men who have a combined sentence of 730 years. If that sounds familiar, it's because it's the exact same amount of time the judge gave you for your crimes. He likely thought himself clever. No one could survive 700 years, and that is what I intend to make sure of. These men have to die, so you can live, so you can go back to the life you left behind. Whether you return to killing, or whether you return to something less likely to bring you back here again, is up to you. But it's an opportunity for life, and that is something. What do you say? Keep in mind, this isn't an offer I make twice. He didn't ask what the men had done. He didn't ask how the warden would release him without repercussions. And he didn't ask why the warden would ask something like this of him. At the end of the day, B50967 didn't care. The promise of freedom, of stalking the night once again, of hunting worthy prey, was enough for him. I accept, he said, and the warden's smile was more predatory than the grin of a hyena. As McCowan took him to his new home, the warden telling him that he would be in touch, B50967 reflected on his new purpose. 12 men seemed an acceptable trade for his life, and he found himself chuckling a little as McCowan scowled at him. "What's so funny, killer?" he asked. "Or is it finally settling in that you've ruined your life for what exactly? A little slash and splash?" "I was just thinking how nice it'll be to get back home," he said. And when the door to H4 slammed shut behind him, he knew it was true. He put his things in cell 18, empty except for him, and as he lay on the bunk, he wondered how long it would be before the warden contacted him. A day, a week, a year, made no difference. He would be ready. After that night in the basement, I had 2 jobs to occupy my time. My weekdays were spent in the woods, cutting back the wild that threatened to overtake us. On the weekends, however, I worked with Terry, trying to figure out about the enemy that I meant to fight. Sometimes Susan came down to sit with us or bring us snacks, but mostly it was just the 2 of us in the dusty old basement. Terry, I discovered, had been doing research for years, but couldn't seem to get very deep below the surface. He had scoured the archives, the tunnels below the library, but it hadn't gotten him much. It held some old accounts of early days, some history and first-hand accounts, but a lot of the documents that should be present seemed to be gone. He didn't know where they'd gone to, but he had found some of them in his brother's private collection, and that made him even more suspicious. I have no doubt that they're in someone's private library. All Franklin has are copies, but the question is whose. After that, Terry had started doing some digging and hit bones. The beetles, it seems, had been a big problem until the late 20s. Suddenly, pesticides had been developed to fight them, and the beetles had stopped eating up all the crops. 5 years after that, some people had started developing lung problems, and that was when the first of the cancer had been discovered in the citizens of Rayffered, with a close proximity to the crops and the farm trade. Terry had figured out that the beetles, the pesticide, and the foresters were linked, but he'd hit a wall. It had been suggested that digging too deep might be hazardous to his health, and he had taken his research underground. I was the first person he had trusted enough to speak about it since ever, but that hadn't stopped people from remaining suspicious of him. I don't understand how you can't just request books from whoever they are. You're the head of the Historical Society. You sit on the city council, for God's sake. I sit on the city council, Terry said, but it's an honorific. I'm really just there to make sure the historical integrity of the town is upheld. All the power lies with the mayor and the sheriff. I nodded. That tracked, and made a lot of sense. Those are two figures I haven't talked about much. The town of Rayffered isn't huge, as I've said, but it's a town that believes a lot in the power of old money. Mayor Charles Register was part of that old money. He's been the mayor since I was a kid, and he has to be in his second decade of the job. He's a local, a high school football quarterback in his day, worked the woods with Corbin logging in between games, went to college for a little while, then came back with a law degree so he could get started getting ready to run the town. Everyone knows him, and more importantly, they know his family. The Registers are an old bunch of logger barons that have been a part of the town and its politics since the founding. 4 previous Registers have been mayors, though not as long as Charles, and they're often mentioned in the dedication pages and the thank you speeches of those in power, where Rayffered is concerned at least. Then, there's Sheriff Mackenzie. Mackenzie was another local staple, but for less philanthropic reasons. Mackenzie had been a cop right out of high school a decade ago now, and in that decade, he'd been at the center of a number of scandals. Bad busts, bad force, missing witnesses, allegations of planted evidence, and threatened statements. The list went on and on. He was always quick to play the good old boy when the spotlight was on him, but the things he did in the shadows were what gave him his reputation. He was supposed to have more than a few lackeys in the department that did what he said, when he said it, and didn't ask a lot of questions. Even for a soldier like me, that kind of thing was damn scary. If Terry was on the radar of those two, then he had every right to be worried. After discovering holes in the archives and being told to leave it alone, he told me that he'd been asking questions for town history he'd supposedly been writing for years. Nothing too intrusive, I've assured them, but it's hard to talk about the town without the Foresters. I'm also, as far as they know, writing a memorial book for those we've lost. That's the pretense I'm using, but in reality, it's just an effort to find something to use against the bastards. The books were there for those who might want to see them, but Terry knew that he would never actually publish them. He'd ask the wrong questions to the wrong person one of these days and end up in the woods, permanently. Whether it was as a forester or as a corpse, it hardly mattered. Either way, he would ask his questions no more. Either way, he had to keep seeming to work on it. And that's how, one Sunday around lunchtime, we came to be sitting in the living room of Ruth Darnry. Ruth had been born in Rayffered in 1944, the youngest of a brood of 8. Her father had been one of those names on the town monument, one of the few to go to war and come back, and she was the last of the Darnrys in Rayffered. She was 65, a member of the Ladies' Auxiliary, and she had been part of something that had brought us here to talk to her today. Ruth had been a part of the hide-and-seek abduction of 62. "When we get here," Terry had said as he straightened his tie, "let me do the talking. Ruth is pretty open about the incident, but she's become more than a little careful about who she talks to." We were dressed in what Mom had called Sunday best, and I wondered what all the fuss was about to talk to an old lady who probably wouldn't remember that we were here tomorrow. I was wrong on that account. Despite pushing 70, Ruth was sharp and amazingly still in possession of her faculties. She had no family to live with her, no cousins or relations to help her along, and her house was well kept and free of clutter. There was none of the usual smells involved in an elderly person's house either. No faint smell of pee or perfume to hide an unwashed body. Ruth was still very independent and refused our offers to help her in the kitchen as we sat in the den. "This is for some kind of book, you said?" she asked, setting down glasses of tea as she took her seat. We were in the house that her parents had built when she was 2, and it was a little sad to think that it would never see another Darnry after her. Terry told me that Ruth had refused to marry, refused to have children, and had always been outspoken about not bringing children up here. "This isn't a place for children," she would say, but not where anyone but friends could hear her. "Yes, ma'am," Terry assured her. "It's a memorial of sorts for those who have been lost to the forest. Would you mind telling us about the incident?" She sat down and chuckled to herself as she took a sip of tea. "I suppose if I did mind, I wouldn't have told you could come here, would I?" "I suppose not," Terry said with a little chuckle. "It was the summer of '62, wasn't it?" Ruth nodded. "It was midway through summer break, one of the last weeks in July, when I saw them for the last time." She swirled the tea in her glass, looking off into the distance. I became quite certain that she was time traveling, and when Terry nudged me and indicated I should turn on the recorder, I nodded and hit the button. I was playing the part of his assistant, and he was certainly leaning into the role of my mentor. "It was mid-afternoon, sunset, still just an idea on the horizon, when we decided to play hide-and-seek. My cousins were over, our group now 12 in number, and my oldest brother Cliff had decided to count. We all knew not to go beyond the blue mailbox at the end of the cul-de-sac, but everything else was fair game. We all scattered like quail, looking for the best spot to place ourselves, and Clint could have probably followed his ears to most of the younger kids. He had gotten to 60 when I saw the bush beside Mrs. Yap's porch. I knew I had the perfect place to avoid getting found, and as I climbed into the middle of it, where there was a little seat of wooden branches, just right for someone my size, I didn't notice the fog until after Cliff had stopped counting, and when he started shouting for us to come in, we all thought it was a trick. His shouting became more frantic, his cries taking on a higher tone, and I think I knew something was different then. Clint wasn't the kind of person who got scared easily, and if he was screaming for us to hurry, something bad had happened. When my Uncle Mitch came out to tell us to come in, his voice was high and unlike anything I had ever heard from him. Uncle Mitch was a logger, and not much made him sound like that. I saw some of the younger kids break cover then and head for the house. Uncle Mitch had come out to help Clint look for us before the foresters got there, but I stayed put. I remembered the rules and knew that running was the last thing you wanted to do." "The rules?" I asked, my disbelief breaking my character. I didn't know the rules had been there that long. Ruth smiled wetly, her teeth mostly gone. "Oh, yes, even in those days the town had rules. If you were stuck in the fog, you sat down and stayed put. You didn't run, you didn't yell, and you stayed as still as a statue until it passed. That was the way of it, but I was the only one that remembered it that day. I peeked out from under the branches of my hiding spot and saw the fog bank moving across the street. It was getting thicker, covering my little bush as I sat and waited for it to stop. Outside, I heard people beginning to scream, my uncle loudest amongst them. Their childish screams were cut out one at a time, and I was left in a silence deeper than the fog around me. The fog remained for what felt like forever, and when it finally went away, the sun was just a thin line on the horizon. When I came home, my daddy threw his arms around me and said that God had seen fit to bring one child back that day. I cried with him, but I knew it wasn't God that had taken my brothers and sisters, or my cousin and my uncle. It was the foresters. and if I gave them the chance, they would take me and any children I brought into this world. It's an odd thing to know at 8 years old that you'll never have a child of your own, but it was a promise I've kept after that day. A bitter seed had been planted in me, and the foresters have only themselves to blame for the demise of my family. Rayffered is not the place for children. It's blighted land, and where nothing but cattle grazing on it till it's time for the slaughter. Terry sat in silence through the whole thing, just letting her get it all out. The ice in her tea glass rattled a little as her hands shook, and I knew that she was reliving that day as she sat hunkered in the bush, listening to her family disappear. It had probably happened not far from the house, probably happened right across the street, and I couldn't imagine what it was like to live right down the road from the most tragic event of your life. Thank you, Mrs. Darnley. The names of your kin will be added to the book. They will be remembered. Never doubt it. She nodded slowly. Clint, Marjorie, Garrett, Maisie, Selena, Carter, Heath were my siblings. They'd all likely be dead now, and I think now that I've just been holding on so I could tell you this story. Gabby, Claire, Rutherford, Ferdy, and my Uncle Mitch, too. 12 lost in a single day. One of the biggest losses in town history. Really makes you think. We thanked her, packing up our recorders and notepads and taking our leave. Standing on the porch, it was easy to forget that in just 8 hours, the foresters would come back out again, if they didn't come with the fog before then. I found myself looking for the bush from her story, but I realized it was unlikely to still be there. That's how most of the stories go, Terry said. 9 times out of 10, it's tykes in the yard or kids on their way home from school, people just coming from somewhere who discover a fog bank. Lost souls who will never be seen again. Like Simon, I said quietly, and Terry nodded. We were quiet as we came back to Susan's house, but he broke it as we stood on the porch and looked at each other gravely. I need a favor, an important one. I waited expectantly, guessing what he wanted, but not quite sure I could do it. Neither your dad or your boss will talk to me about the fire of 91. I need that information. I need to know exactly what happened. They are 2 of the few to survive that fire, a fire that close to the source, and come home, and their testimony would be worth more than all the rest. I need a first-hand account from one of them, and I need it soonish. Why soonish? I asked, unsure what he was after. Things are in play that I don't think you're aware of. Certain timers have begun to run faster, and if they're allowed to do so, it could mean the end of Rayffered as we know it. If we don't figure this out pretty quick, we may not have a home here for much longer. He left me on the porch to contemplate that, and it was heavy indeed. Excuse me, I'd like to return this book. Mark sighed. Not another one. I'm very sorry, ma'am, he said, turning around on his stool to find the short redhead already looking unhappy. But all sales are final. She was tapping a copy of Wind in the Willows on the desk, and Mark grimaced as he saw the cover bow a little. When Mark had opened up this used bookstore, his retirement, he liked to joke, he had expected simple days of reading, writing, and enjoying conversations with fellow bibliophiles. What actually ended up happening was a constant stream of book collectors, people looking for deals, and homeless people looking for somewhere to use the bathroom. He'd been here for less than a month, and everything seemed to be going wrong already. Case in point, this mysterious thing with the books. He opened Wind in the Willows and knew what he would find inside. The beautiful illustrations of Toad Hall were there, but the words were gone. Some of the words were there, he noticed, as he flipped through the pages, but the majority of them were gone. This was the 10th book like this he had received in as many days, and it was becoming a big problem. He couldn't sell the books with missing words, and he shook his head as he opened the register and took out the $5 the lady had spent on it. "I'm so sorry, ma'am. I have no idea how this keeps happening with these books, but I mean to get to the bottom of this." The lady nodded, mollified. "See that you do, young man. I had bought it for my grandson, and he was very disappointed to find it in such a state." Mark nodded, but quietly suspected that her grandson hadn't given much of a damn about the book. Most of the child customers didn't have the attention span for anything without pictures. Wind in the Willows was probably not on his radar, and the little goblin would have probably preferred the Captain Underpants books he had on the display rack near the graphic novels. Mark waited until she was gone and moved out into the shop proper so that he could look through some of the books. He didn't know how this was happening, but he wanted it to stop. Words suddenly missing from books was bad for someone who paid the bills off the backs of bibliophiles, and as he started pulling random books off the shelves, he was alarmed to see that the tales of adventure around Toad Hall were not the only casualty. After an hour, he found 3 Dean Koontz novels, a couple of John Grisham's, and 3 Stephen King's, one of them a hardback copy of Firestarter, and about 7 more from writers he wasn't as familiar with that were either missing words or missing whole chapters. It was infuriating, especially since he didn't understand how it was happening. He could understand if the books had been wrecked, but the books were often in perfect condition, except for the missing words. The copy of Firestarter could have gone for $25 to $45, and there wasn't a dog ear or a coffee stain to be found on it. Mark threw it across the store, pouting like a child as someone walked in and found him sitting in his little pile of ruined books. "Geez, Mark, have a little more respect for the written word." Mark cast his best unimpressed expression at Wayne before tossing a John Grisham at him, which he dodged. "I've got all the respect in the world for the written word. I just don't understand why it chooses to treat me like this." Wayne opened up the copy of Firestarter, the corner now dented in, and tutted as he looked over the pages. "That's really weird. How long's that been going on?" Mark slumped against the shelf, closing his eyes as he tried to fight off the headache that was building. "'Bout 2 weeks. Wayne stroked his chin, humming in a very convincing manner. Wayne was known in a lot of bookseller circles as a practicing wizard. That was the nicest thing that he was usually known as, and a lot of them called him a nut or a crazy. Wayne also had a pretty substantial following online, running a paranormal podcast and doing a lot with the local ghost hunting community, so he had money to burn. Wayne liked him. They had hit it off after a few encounters, and now Wayne came in almost every day. "Could be something supernatural," Wayne said, looking over at the John Grisham that Mark had thrown at him. "Tell you what, let me ask around and see if anyone else has experienced anything like this." Mark shrugged. "Couldn't hurt, I guess. Shoot, there might be something to that. Maybe I've got an angry poltergeist that likes stealing words or something." Wayne shook his head, flipping the pages and looking at the words still on the page. "I doubt it. Ghosts usually don't affect things like this. I guess anything is possible, but I've never heard of a ghost stealing words from a book. I don't know. I'll ask around. Maybe it's something I can help you with." He took the copy of Firestarter with him, with Mark's blessing, and Mark started cleaning up as he moved the damaged books to a box behind the counter. His expectations were low, but he hoped that Wayne could help. He loved his bookstore, and he didn't want to close up shop due to something mysterious that was out of his control. Let it be poor bookkeeping, or lack of interest, or a fire, but not something he had completely no control over. Whether Mark succeeded or failed, he wanted it to be on his own efforts. Mark flipped the sign from open to close and locked the door as he prepared to go into his loft over the shop. It had been an all-right day. He had sold about $200 in books, thanks in part to Mrs. Shaw's summer reading list, but he'd found 4 more books with missing words. Nothing quite as financially devastating as the copy of Firestarter from earlier, but it was beginning to add up. The box of ruined books was now 20 in number, and Mark knew that there would be more. He turned off the lights on his little book kingdom and moved upstairs to start dinner. That was a problem for tomorrow, because now it was time to work on his real passion. Mark went up the stairs to his cozy little studio apartment, and after making something in the microwave, he sat down in front of his old typewriter to set to work on his novel. The novel was a sequel to his only bestseller, Ghosts of Lorelei. The book had been immensely popular about a decade ago, even getting a single season on NBC before being canceled, and a lot of reasons that the bookstore could operate in the red for as long as it had was thanks to the book sales from Ghost of Lorelei. His editor had been on him about writing a sequel for years, and after 10 years of middling crime novels and lukewarm police procedurals, Mark had decided to give it a go. Ghosts of Lorelei had been about Detective Jack Stryker as he hunted for a missing schoolgirl named Lorelei Hester. Lorelei's ghosts were the rumors, the friends, and the trail that grew colder by the day. Stryker found the girl, but it turned out that she hadn't been abducted, as her parents believed. Lorelei had overdosed on something on the roof of an abandoned building, but Stryker had to exorcise her ghosts, the masks that she had showed to others. When he finally discovered the real Lorelei, it was too late to save her, and Stryker was left with the bitter taste of failure and the corpse of a girl looking for escape. It had been a great story, and people had loved Stryker, the grizzled old detective who was sure that he had seen it all. His editor wanted a sequel, maybe a series about Jack Stryker, but Mark had never quite liked crawling into the skin of the old man. That's what he called it when he wrote, crawling into the skin and playing pretend for a while. Jack Stryker's skin, however, was leathery and not altogether comfortable. That's why it had taken him so long to get back to him, and why it had taken him so long to start the fiery effigy. He was clacking away, liking the feel of the keys beneath his fingers as he worked. Most people had upgraded to a computer or something by now, but Mark liked the way that writing on a typewriter made him feel. Something about hearing the click-clack of the keys, seeing the paper fill with words, and then running a fresh sheet in when you were done made his writing feel like an accomplishment rather than a chore. His editor wasn't such a big fan, not really liking the manila envelopes that he got with pages in need of editing, but Mark told him that was tough shit. If he wanted the story, then he could take it Mark's way, or not at all. Mark was enjoying his trip back to Chicago in the early 60s, Jack Stryker chasing a serial killer who seemed to have an axe to grind with Stryker himself. All the victims so far had been people he had helped, clients or friends or old colleagues from his time on the force, and all of them had been burned to death. Captain Reinhold seemed to think that Stryker might be in on this, a suspect if not the killer, and Stryker found himself at odds with the police as he tried to track down the sicko. The killer was 3 victims deep now, but Stryker was hot on his tail. He had chased him to an old apartment building. He was chasing him up the stairs, the lights dim and making his target hard to identify, and as they came to the roof, Stryker felt he had him at long last. He kicked open the roof access, his big old .45 out and ready, as he checked his corners and looked for the man who had been killing his friends. "It's over," he graveled out, taking a step out of the doorway. "There's nowhere to go but back the way you came. I've got you dead to rights." Mark hissed, letting the Salisbury steak fall into the plastic holder as it burned his tongue. He blew on the meat, his eyes never leaving the page, and tried the bite again as Stryker made his way across the roof. He was checking the spaces between 2 big AC units when someone lunged and knocked his gun away. The two tussled, the man's hood covering his face, but as Stryker pushed the hood away, he gasped in surprise as much as in pain when the man pushed him back and made a run for it. "You!" Stryker said, watching him run for the stairs. "It can't be! You died 20 years ago!" He grabbed for his gun, but the shot missed as the hooded man made it back into the stairwell. Stryker tried to follow, but he was still 10 feet away when the door banged open and 2 patrolmen came out with guns drawn. "Jack Stryker, you're under arrest for the murder of Frank Richard and Moira Fisk. Drop your gun and put your hands up." Mark nodded as the sheet came out, loading a fresh one in as he typed. Yeah, this was good. This was real good. As someone laid on their horn on the street below, Mark sat up violently. He was in bed, a book laid across his chest as the lamp on the nightstand glared in his eyes. The car horn had only been half the fright. He had been dreaming, having a real nightmare. He'd been down in the shop, the whole place shadowy and muzzy, and every book he pulled off the shelf was empty. All of them, every single one, was empty of any words. They were piling up, their covers full of fresh white paper, and as he dropped them, they became a sea of pages. They churned and bucked, threatening to swallow him into the inky depths, and just as his head had threatened to go under, he had woken up with a start as the car horn blared. Mark looked at the clock and found that it was about 5:30. He could get up, make some breakfast, and write for a few hours before he had to open up the shop. Last night he had written so much, getting through the interrogation scene and Stryker's escape from custody. Now he was on the run, trying to find the killer before the cops caught up with him. Mark figured he was about 75% done, in the home stretch now, and he would soon send it all to his editor for final proofing. 20 minutes later, a breakfast sandwich in his hand, Mark sat down to start writing the search for the killer. Stryker now knowing who it was, but not sure how to find him. He had a fresh piece of paper in the typewriter, glancing down at the manuscript before freezing in pure dread. He picked up the top sheet, the start of chapter 9, and his hands shook as he looked at it. There were holes in the paragraphs, gaps where the words had been neatly removed. "How?" he whispered, his hands shaking so badly that he thought he might tear the page. "How can this be?" It was one thing when it was down in the shop. There was no way he could go over every piece of inventory to make sure it was whole. But this was something he knew had been completed. He had written this. This was his. And now it was like moths had come in the night and eaten holes in it. Mark was shocked, outraged, and as the paper ripped near the middle, he forced himself to put it back down. He would have to recreate it. He would need that sheet to get it just right. He didn't know what he would do, but Mark knew that he had to do something. The bookstore was his retirement, but this was his livelihood. He had to protect this by any means necessary. "Excuse me," said a young fella, and Mark saw him flinch as he turned to look at him. Mark must have looked a mess, but that was to be expected. He'd been writing like a madman for the last 3 days, and for those 3 days he had been sending his work off at the end of each session. Sometimes this facilitated a trip to the mailbox at 3 in the morning. Sometimes it left him tired as he opened the shop the next day. But it was worth it, if it saved his manuscript. His agent likely thought he was losing it, and maybe he was, but it kept whatever was doing this from eating his work. I was just wondering if you had any of the old Star Wars paperbacks," the kid said, stuttering a little as Mark cast his bloodshot eyes on him. "Third row, middle shelf," Mark growled, turning back to his computer screen as he furiously worked on his inventory. It wasn't hopeful. Mark had discovered about 15 books over the last 3 days, and the box was becoming fuller and fuller as he went on. He had lost about $500 of stock so far, and he knew that there was more to be found. The kid came up with a few books, one of them going into the box as Mark discovered that it had been ruined too. The guy wanted to buy it anyway, and Mark lifted an eyebrow as he handed it to him. The guy was leafing through it, looking at the holes in the paragraphs and shaking his head. "That's wild. How did you do it? I've never—" But he stopped as he glanced at Mark's face. Mark had been holding out his receipt, but it had gotten crushed in his shaking fingers as he glared at the kid. "You think I did this? You think I would do this to my books? Who the hell are you? Get out! Get out now!" Mark was unaware that he was shouting, but he couldn't stop himself. The guy might as well be accusing him of murder, and when he ran out of the store with his books, he nearly bowled over Wayne as he ran out. "Huh," Wayne said as he watched the guy take off. "You having a fire sale or something? Deals must be good. That guy practically sprinted off." Mark shook his head, pointing at the box of books. "Where have you been? Thought you were going to get me some answers. I'm losing books by the day here." Wayne put his hands up. "Easy, hoss. Apparently what you've got is pretty rare. It isn't something that a lot of people know about, and I had to look pretty far to get you answers." He took a little book out of his pocket and opened it to a marked page before laying it on the counter. Inside were a pair of mischievous-looking foxes, words hanging from their mouths, and they appeared to be eating them. The words ruin or rune were written above them, and Mark thought the name was pretty fitting. Even so, he looked at the page skeptically. Are you telling me that foxes are stealing my words?" "No, not foxes. Runes, or ruins. Translation wasn't very clear, but it's definitely something like that. They're from Germanic folklore, little creatures who eat written words. They also collect secrets and will ruin archives and libraries. They used to be favored by wizards who used them to steal their enemies' secrets, but now the ones that are left usually just make trouble for writers and bookstore owners." "Seems like something I should have heard about," Mark grumbled. Wayne winked at him. "Hard to, when the little buggers eat most of the accounts of them." "Okay," Mark said, still not believing any of it. "So, how do we get rid of them?" "We trap them. We catch them in a journal, or something that contains secrets that they can't resist. Then we trap them inside with magic. Once they're trapped, they'll eventually wither away when they run out of words to eat, or someone comes along and breaks the magic on the book and they go free. By the time either of those things happen, they'll have gotten rid of the book anyway. Most people throw it away or bury it in a hole, but some people put it in a lockbox just to be sure." Mark sighed, not sure he believed a word of this, but willing to try anything if it would stop this from happening. "Okay, what would it take to do this?" "Give me a couple of days to get the proper stuff together, and I'll conduct the ritual for you. The materials are pretty cheap. I'll come by tomorrow night after closing, and we'll get this done. Sound good?" Sure, Mark said, letting Wayne get back to whatever occupied his day. Mark didn't think anything would come of it, but whatever could be done. If nothing else, maybe it would help him figure out what exactly was going on. Either way, it would break up his usual routine, and Mark felt that if he spent another day watching his profits slip down the toilet, he'd go crazy. His phone rang then, and when he answered, it was with the usual, "Second Chance Books, Mark speaking." His agent cleared his throat and asked if he was feeling okay. "Terry," Mark said, feeling a little better as his agent's voice rolled over him. "A little stressed about the new shop, but I've been converting it into work on the book. Why, is there something wrong with the new pages?" "Yeah," Terry said, sounding less than amused. "You sent me 3 envelopes in the last 3 days, and they've been getting weirder and weirder." Mark furrowed his brow. "How so? I thought the story was progressing well." "Well, the second envelope looked like someone took whiteout to it, and it's like playing Mad Libs to figure the story out. This last one is just blank sheets with random words on them. I know I said I wanted to see results on this book, Marky, but if you're having a mental breakdown, then maybe take a day or two to collect yourself, all right?" Mark felt the phone shake in his hand, his voice barely holding up as he told Terry that he would get some rest and feel better. Terry said that sounded great and wished him well before hanging up on him. Mark let his cell phone fall beneath the desk, putting his head in his hands as he wept. He had been careful, so careful, he had sent it away to stop this kind of thing from happening, but it was all in vain. They had gotten his manuscripts anyway. They had eaten it up, and they would do it again. Mark found himself thinking of the ruins or runes as something real now, and as he wept, he wondered what he was going to do. If this ritual or whatever didn't work, just what the hell was he going to do? When Wayne arrived the next night, he found the store closed. He knocked, and when Mark answered the door, Wayne could tell he was drunk. "Geez, Mark, you had it a little early, aren't you?" Mark shrugged, but he didn't deny it. In reality, he had spent the night before drunk and had simply carried over into the next day. He had been beside himself as he tried to figure out what to do, and the whiskey had been an easy outlet. Mark had never been a big drinker, but he found it soothing to fall into a comfortable numbness. He had come out of it just in time to remember that Wayne was coming over around 7, and he had stumbled downstairs just in time to hear him knock. He let him in, and Wayne produced a mead notebook from his coat. "I collected some secrets from my counterparts. Some of them are pretty juicy, too. If this doesn't draw them in, then nothing will." He passed the notebook to Mark, telling him not to open it as he sketched some symbols on the bar. Mark watched the lines bulge and swirl as his head reeled a little. There were squiggles inside the circle, ancient-looking letters and strange crabbed swirls, and as he finished, he bit his thumb and dropped some blood into the center. To Mark's amazement, the circle glowed faintly, and when Wayne took the journal and positioned it in the center of the circle, the two stepped back like hunters from a trap. "Now we wait," he explained, but it didn't take long. It was like watching graffiti move, and Mark thought he might be hallucinating. He saw these sketches of foxes moving across the counter. Some looked like pen, some looked like pencil, and there were even a few that looked like charcoal prints. They were in many different styles and skill levels, and they all made their way towards the book. They entered the pages, eating the secrets, and when the last of them hopped in, Wayne struck. He lurched forward and slammed the book shut, the symbols burning themselves into the notebook. Mark heard a small scream from the counter. Wayne waited for the burn marks to stop forming before picking up the notebook and holding it out to Mark. "All gone. You should be fine now." Mark started to reach for it, but felt like he didn't really want to touch it. He told Wayne to take it, and the man seemed happy to oblige. He said he had hoped to study the little creatures, and as he left, he was humming happily to himself. Mark was just glad to be rid of them, and he felt better than he had in days. Mark jerked awake again, almost certain that the last 4 days had been a dream. He was lying in bed, a book across his chest, and felt like maybe he had been dreaming everything after the car had woke him up. If it hadn't been for the hangover, he might have even believed it. He had celebrated a little more after Wayne had taken the ruin away. Or was it rune? Mark couldn't remember, but he was glad they were gone. He had reached down to close the book when something caught his eye. Someone had doodled a little animal on the edge of the page, a dog or something, and Mark wondered how he'd never seen it before. When it moved off the page, still clutching a word in its mouth, Mark realized the truth. It landed on the floor, and Mark rolled off the bed and gave chase. It was like a cartoon, the little pencil-drawing fox easily escaping him as he ran after it. Mark didn't know what he would even do if he caught it, didn't know if he could catch it, but he knew he was mad. They had been caught, trapped in the journal, and the thought that one had been missed pissed him off mightily. It would get away and make more, and then they would continue to torment him. He had to nip this in the bud, get it before it could escape, and as it slipped under the door, he thundered down the stairs after it. He came into the shop, still livid, and that's when he saw them. The ruin, or rune, or whatever it was, disappeared into the shop, but the shining eyes of multitudes looked back at him in the light spilling from the stairwell. There were so many of them that Mark knew they would never get them all. It was hopeless. They would never stop. Not unless he stopped them. The gasoline went up as it took hold of the bookshelf, and Mark laughed in his stupor as they burned. It was like a roach infestation, he thought, as it caught the dry books. Better to burn the whole nest and start over than spend months or years fighting them. He laughed laughed like Nero as he watched Rome burn, and it wasn't until it was too late that he realized he was trapped. That made him laugh all the harder. It looked like the fiery effigy was him in the end. Stryker's story would never be told, and he would take it with him to the grave. Before he passed out, Mark thought that at least these little terrors wouldn't have his final story. He had ruined it all himself, and hopefully took them with him. It was just supposed to be another camping trip, like so many others we had gone on before. The town we live in isn't huge, but it does have a lot of woodland to explore. We live on the edge of what most people call Appalachia, and we've had more than one weird experience out in the woods. Once, as my friends and I walked down a familiar trail, we smelled a strong and unpleasant scent. Brian thought it must be a bear, but I'd smelled bears before. We'd had one winter under our back porch one year, and this was very different than the musty smell he had left come spring. Another time, while we were camping, we saw ghost lights in the woods. They were beautiful, red and blue and yellow and orange, and though Justin was afraid of them, I felt drawn to go and see them so I could see them better. I knew better, though. Grandma had told me all about the dangers of following the ghost lights, and had assured us all that we wouldn't like where they took us.
The land of fairies is beautiful, but also terrible for mortals to behold. They would make you young for the rest of your days. Though, that might not be as long as you might think, she always said with an evil grin. We'd heard whistling and strange growls, throaty yells and strange birds, but none of it ever really scared me. The woods had always been a friendly place, a place of adventure, and I always looked forward to my time there. I never felt uneasy when I was within its borders, and as the four of us prepared to go back into the woods for another camping expedition, I was excited. Brian's brother had told us about an old trestle bridge deep in the woods, and we all wanted to see it. It was part of the old railroad, something that hadn't run through the town in a long time. The tracks were still there, the old station too, but the trains had mostly been for passengers, and we had none these days. No one came in, no one left, and we had no industry for the trains to transport. All the wood we harvested went to the sawmill or the paper mill, and there was no need to transport it by rails. The trestle bridge hadn't seen a train cross in 20 years. It spanned a small gorge in the middle of the forest. Brian said his brother had claimed the bridge was where high school kids went to drink beer, and now that we were freshmen, we should go out there too. He said it was a rite of passage, and that we should go see if the Right had decided to leave us a gift out there. We didn't know what sort of gift that would be, but we were all curious to see the bridge. So, we told our parents that we were going camping one weekend in April, and took to the woods. Brian and I were eager, talking about how cool it would be to see the bridge, but Justin and Frank seemed hesitant. Well, that wasn't quite true. Justin was hesitant, as he almost always was, and Frank was kind of ambivalent. We had met Frank last year at the start of 9th grade, and he had made a pretty good addition to our trio. Frank wasn't an avid hiker, but he liked to hang out in the woods and get a little high from time to time, and that was good enough for us. He also brought outstanding camp snacks, so we were more than happy to hit the trail with him. I wasn't certain there was a sleeping bag in that rucksack of his, but I could already hear the crinkle of chips and snack cakes within it. Any idea how far this bridge is? Justin asked, plodding along grumpily. Justin didn't mind hiking, but he wasn't big on aimlessly wandering in the woods. He had packed enough to make up for Frank's lack of gear, and the tent poked over his left shoulder. He was plodding along at the back of the group, and I was sure we'd have to listen to a fair amount of complaints before we got there.
My brother says it's about 3 miles into the woods, following the river until we come to the gorge. After that, it should be pretty easy to find. And if your brother's playing a trick on us, if he's just, messing with us, and we walked for 3 hours into the woods for nothing? Brian rolled his eyes. Then we have a fun little adventure to talk about when we go to college, don't we? Justin grumbled about having to walk 3 miles into the woods, but he couldn't have picked a better day for it. The weather was perfect, a slight breeze keeping the early summer heat at bay. The clouds overhead looked a little wet, but they were nowhere close. We'd have a nice camping trip this weekend, a nice little excuse to fish and relax and enjoy ourselves as we explored the old Trestle. The woods around the town were full of things like that, and we'd explored old houses that had been retaken by the underbrush or abandoned vehicles that sagged amongst the leaves. When we were in the 7th grade, we even found an old concrete culvert out there that led into an underground cave that looked a little spooky in the light of our flashlights. The farther we walked, however, the less certain I was that the clouds wouldn't be a problem. The deeper into the woods we went, the more the smell of rain surrounded us. Brian smelled it too, and our pace increased as we kept heading deeper in. Maybe it was just a little rain. Maybe it was just a short downpour, and maybe we could get past it before it soaked everything. When we came to the gorge and I saw the rising skeletal edifice of the Trestle, I breathed a sigh of relief. "There she is, boys," Brian said, sounding surprised to have found it at all. "Looks pretty wrecked," Frank said, tossing a stub of cigarette into the gorge. "We aren't actually gonna go up on that thing, are we?" "Well, yeah," Brian said. "That's kind of the only reason we came here, wasn't it?" "You might, but I don't care what kind of surprise is up there," Frank said. "I ain't going." He had plenty of time to rethink his statement. Just because we had found the gully didn't mean we had made it to the Trestle. The closer we got, the more I could see that for its age, it really was in amazing shape. It was less skeletal than I had thought, and looked more like a covered metal bridge. The underside of the Trestle was a dark cave, the shadows thick and deep, and I really didn't want to explore the underside unless we really had to. Something about it made me uncomfortable, and as we got closer and closer to the base, the whole thing seemed to grow. It was mid-afternoon when we finally made it, and Brian let his pack fall as he set about climbing at once. You don't want to set up camp first?" Justin asked, taking out his tent and tools for making fire. "I just want to see the woods from up there," Brian said, looking at me as if to ask if I was coming. I let my pack slide off too, and we climbed the side of the Trestle side by side. We were laughing as the ground got further and further away, the girders lifting us above the trees until we finally crested the top and came to the old tracks of the railroad. I was full of wonder as I looked out over the woods, the Trestle spanning the entire gorge before slanting back down to the woods again. From up here, the clouds looked very dark, and I wondered if the tent would be enough to keep us from getting wet. "Check this out," Brian said, dangling his feet over the edge as he looked down into the gorge. Watching him made me slightly dizzy, and I didn't dare join him on the precipice. When he came back up, however, he had a rope with him and nodded me over to help him pull it up. It wasn't really heavy, but we were careful not to let it get stuck on anything. Brian left me to pull so that he could look over the edge and reported that the rope was attached to an old red cooler. As it came up over the edge, I saw that the rope was attached to a handle, and the whole thing was the red of a kid's wagon left out in the sun. The box was ancient, the bystander of 1,000 summer outings, and there was something inside it. Brian opened the lid and smiled as he pulled out a lukewarm six-pack of Natty Ice, a brand I was passing familiar with. Dad, a staunch Budweiser man, had always shook his head and called it piss water when he saw that it was on sale. I figured for a bunch of kids who were barely old enough to buy beer, the price was probably right, though. I assumed that Brian's brother had put it here. He had told us where to find the Trestle Bridge, after all, and as Brian fished the note out from under them, my suspicion was confirmed. "Brian, this is a place where high schoolers have come to drink and hang out for generations.
Our own mom and dad sat on this bridge and drank when they were in high school, and now it's your turn. I spotted you a sixer this time, but you'll have to bring your own next time. If you ever have extra, leave them in this cooler and then tuck the cooler under the trestle bridge. Also, don't go under the bridge. We think there might be a bear under there. Kevin. The thought of a bear so close to our campsite kind of scared me, but Brian brushed it off. He's probably just messing with us. Want one? He asked, popping the top as he offered me one. I hesitated. I'd never drank before, but I figured just one couldn't kill me. It was warm and tasted terrible, but it wasn't the worst thing I'd ever had. Brian drank his quick, laughing as he threw the can into the gorge far below. We watched it spiraling down, spilling the last few remaining drops before it clinked weakly at the bottom. As if in answer, there was a distant rumble of thunder, and from our vantage point, we saw the lightning crack in the distance. We were on a big metal structure with lightning coming in quick and rain already pattering lightly around us. We better go, I said, Brian looking at the lightning as it rumbled again. He nodded, and we decided to run down the tracks rather than try to scale back down. It would mean doubling back, but it wouldn't be a long trip, and the thought of juggling the rest of the beers and trying to climb down sounded nuts. Brian was holding the four of them close as he ran, smiling to himself as he talked about showing them to the guys. Justin's gonna flip, Brian said with an evil laugh. You know, he still won't even be around anyone who smokes because of that dumb dare pledge. He was right, too. Justin was furiously hammering in tent pegs when we arrived, looking up at the sky every time a drop hit him. He stopped when he noticed us come back with cans that clearly weren't soda. Frank must have recognized them because he laughed and commented that they had found a pretty cool surprise. Brian tossed him one, turning to Justin as he offered him one too. Justin put a hand on his hips, looking like my mom when she was disappointed in me. Hell no, and you shouldn't either. Why would you just drink something you found on a rickety bridge? Brian blew out a long breath and popped another one. Because, Spaz, my brother left them for us. There was a note and everything, so cool your jets. Brian went back to work, mumbling darkly about being reckless and drinking things that could be poisoned or drugged. The tent came up, and not a moment too soon. The rain was really starting to come down, and it looked like there would be no fire tonight. We all headed into the tent, the wind picking up as it shoved the tent and made the ropes and pegs groan. It was big enough to fit all of us comfortably, and as the lamps came out, Brian held up the last two beers. Split the last two? He asked, everyone but Justin agreeing. We poured them into our camp cups, starting to clink them together before Brian turned to Justin. He was pretending to busy himself with something in the corner, but it was pretty clear that he didn't approve of what we were doing. Come on, Justin, it's not going to hurt you. I tell you what, if we see you becoming an alcoholic after one sip, I'll push you into the gorge and save you the embarrassment. Not funny, Justin said, but he had clearly worn him down. After another half-hearted refusal, he finally held out his cup to Justin and grinned as he poured the last of the beer into it. Then he clinked his glass with the rest of us, and we drank, everyone pulling a face which we laughed at. As the storm raged outside and we ate some MREs that we had packed just in case of bad weather, we started on our ghost stories. Brian was just telling us about a man with a hungry ghost in his basement when a big gust of wind hit the tent hard enough to collapse the middle brace and send it crashing down on us. We floundered for a minute, looking for the zipper as we tried to escape, and finally stepping out into the driving rain. It was still afternoon, the sun an angry line amidst the storm clouds, and I turned as I heard someone struggling with the tent. Justin was trying to pull it, the wind threatening to take it from him with every gust. Come on, he shouted. Help me get it under the trestle. It should work as a windbreak. I remembered the warning about a bear, but Brian just shouted back that it was either the bear or the rain. Besides, he said, if we see one, we'll just run like hell. It was hard to argue with him while the rain was coming down, so we all grabbed a tent post and moved it into the dry cave created by the trestle. Unlike a lot of train trestles I had seen in movies and on TV, this one was enclosed. I'm still not sure why, but it worked out well for us that day. We knocked in the tent pegs and sat in the tent as we watched the rain come down in buckets outside. Our stuff had gotten a little wet, but we hadn't brought anything that couldn't take a little water.
As the light gave way to dark, we started breaking out the lanterns and cards, settling in for the night as we listened to the rain. As I lay there watching Justin and Brian play their 4th or 5th game of Magic the Gathering, I started hearing something besides the rain. It was a deep rumbling, like something snoring deep under the metal bridge. I thought again about Brian's brother telling us there might be a bear under there. I didn't really want to get eaten by a bear in my sleep, and if we were going to have to move again, it was better to do it now. I took out my flashlight and started looking into the shadowy depths of the trestle, but there was nothing to be seen. There was some thick-looking mud under here, some of it having made little stalagmites on the ground, but I couldn't see anything sleeping under there. It wouldn't make a very good den, I reflected, as I shone my light around. It was open on both sides, with the gorge coming in about 30 feet from our tent. There was really nowhere for anything to live down here, but as I swung the light from left to right, I could still hear that weird breathing. On a whim, I pointed it up and under the bridge, and that was when I saw it. First I thought it was a bunch of bats clustered together, but when it flinched under the beam of my light, I knew it was just one big thing. It was a huge bat, way bigger than me, with its large leathery wings pulled up tight around it. It was clinging to the bottom of the trestle bridge, and I imagined that it had been a bad spot to hang when the trains were still in order. I spotted a slight movement to its left and found a second one, hanging not far from it. In total, there were 4 of them, and when one of them shifted its wings and looked at me with a red, unhappy eye, I turned off the flashlight and zipped up the tent. The guys had some strong words when I started turning off lanterns, but I told them to be quiet and get down. "What?" Frank asked. "Did you see something out there?" "Was it the bear?" Brian asked, keeping his voice low as we hunkered down. "What bear?" Justin asked, but I waved a hand at them, trying to get them to be quiet. "It's not a bear," I hissed, but about that time, there was a weird sound from outside. It sounded like a high-pitched yawn as something came awake, followed by the rustle of wings. The talk in the tent had ceased now, and you could have heard a mouse fart. In the dark of the undercroft, we heard something huge and leathery take flight, rustling the canvas of the tent as it left the darkness. A second took flight a moment later, and I heard water cascade down as it shook the top of the trees. We all lay on our stomachs, panting for breath, as we listened for more. I had seen 4, and only 2 had left so far. When something hit the ground about a foot from our tent, Justin had to slap a hand over his mouth to stop from screaming. The hushed remnant squeaked from between his fingers like a deflating balloon, but if the creature heard it, it never showed any sign. I could see the vague outline of it as it rose to its full height, and as it flapped its wings and took flight, the tent rustled like it had been in the wind. "Is that all of them?" Brian asked, 3 sets of eyes turning my way. I started to tell them that there had been a 4th, but that was when the 4th fell on top of the tent. We were all very lucky, all things considered. It landed right in the middle of the tent, shattering the plastic pole and sending the plastic material falling down around us. The creature's toenails scrambled across it noisily as it tried to find purchase, and when it took off, I was afraid it would simply carry us off with it. Instead, it just ripped a hole in the top as it flew off, and all of us were left reeling as we lay under the canvas. After a few minutes, it was decided that we would take our sleeping bags and our backpacks and leave the tent behind. We spent a miserable night huddled under the biggest tree we could find. We probably looked like fat caterpillars as we hunkered under the roots of that big tree, but we were as dry as could be managed. We all kept looking towards the skies, afraid the giant bat things would come after us, but they never did. We didn't talk, we didn't dare, and when the sun came up, we made our way out of the woods. We arrived at my house cold, scared, and unwilling to talk about what we had seen. My parents probably thought we had run afoul of something like a bear or a cougar, but they had no idea. That was about 2 weeks ago, and we haven't been back in the woods since. Just knowing that those things are in the woods Makes us not want to be there after dark. It's a shame because the woods were our spot, our sanctuary, and now it seems tainted. Brian doesn't even leave the house after sunset these days, and Justin looks at the skies when he's walking. Frank says he doesn't really want to talk about it, and I think he's stoned a lot of the time. I dream about it sometimes, the way that big red eye looked at me when I shone my flashlight on it, and I can't help but wonder what something that big eats. I think it will be a good long time before I talk any of them back into the woods, and our camping days may be at an end. This is Jay, Moody, and Kai, and today we're searching for Makaro House. The video was shot in shaky cam, the footage hard to watch without getting a little seasick. Officer Wiley, Detective Wiley now, had seen a lot in his time on the force, but a double homicide perpetrated by this 14-year-old kid in front of him was something he had hoped he would never see. A double homicide and carried out against his two best friends at that. The two kids in question, Marshall Moody and Kai Dillon, had been friends with Jason Weeks since elementary school, and there had never been any reports of violence or any other alarming behavior, at least not to the police. The boys had operated a YouTube channel, JMK Occult, for the last 2 years, and while their content was pretty typical for kids online, they had been uploading steadily every week since their first video about strange deer in the North Woods around Catterley. Hell, Wiley realized, he had even watched some of their stuff when he was bored. People in the community knew them, and this was out of character for any of them. Wiley paused the video, the three boys blundering through the South Woods and chatting like a pack of squirrels, before looking at Jason. Jason, Jay to his friends, looked like he had aged a decade. He had a gaunt look, usually reserved for soldiers who'd come back from war. His hair had been long and blonde for as long as anyone could remember, but the kid sitting there now was as bald as an egg, his scalp looking scoured instead of shaved. The shirt he had been wearing in the video was gone. He was still wearing the ring of it around his neck, the stretched fabric like a collar, and the jeans he wore were stained and ragged in places that looked fresh. He'd been found with no shoes or socks, but he was wearing the orange flip-flops that the jail residents often did. Wiley knew his parents wanted to bail him out, but he wasn't sure if the judge was going to extend him bail or not, given the nature of his crime. The way the two kids had been ripped apart was something that would haunt him for a long time. "So, Jason, Officer Russell tells me that somebody picked you up beside the road, and you told them that your friends were dead, and that you had killed them. Is that true?" Jason nodded, not speaking a word as he continued to stare at the wall. The woman in question was Darla Hughes, a mother of 3 who had stopped when she saw a young teenage boy walking on the side of the road in the current state he was in. Stories of kidnapping and kids held in basements for months while God knew what happened to them were clear in the public conscience. Darla thought she had found some kid who had escaped this situation, and when she stopped to help him, she said the poor lamb had said 8 words and then nothing else. He said, "My friends are dead, and I killed them." They had found the kids in the clearing in the woods about 3 miles in, a site Wiley was familiar with. How many times had he and his friends gone looking for Makaro House? Everyone in Catterley knew about Makaro House, and most people's childhood had been spent looking for it. John Makaro, a prominent figure in Catterley history, had been a prominent importer and exporter in England. He had come to America before the Revolutionary War to try and set up a similar business, and Catterley had been a large enough port to satisfy his needs, without being so busy that a new face would be lost. He established a manor in the South Woods, despite being told that it was Indian territory, and the bill of sale did very little to dispatch the native tribes that lived in the area. He survived 2 raids by the natives somehow, but his wife and daughter were not so lucky the second time. As such, he rallied a mob of townspeople to go into the woods to help him flush out the natives who were living there. The raid took weeks, but by the end, they had killed or scattered every member of the tribe that lived there. Satisfied, Mr. Makaro built his lavish estates, but strange things surrounded it from the beginning. Workers went missing, people reported strange lights and sounds after dark, and a shriveled figure in skins and feathers could be seen lurking after moonrise. Animals on the property acted strangely, and sometimes people found wolves or bears on the grounds. Usually, they were in a rage, but sometimes they simply fled as if they had been drawn there and weren't sure what to do now that they were. Once the house was finished, John Makaro had a hard time keeping staff. None of the hands he had tried to hire to keep his livestock would stay more than a week, and they all refused to stay on the property after dark. His servants would likewise disappear suddenly, and none of them would stay at night besides his butler, who had been with him for years. People said that Mr. Makaro talked about hearing chanting in the house and seeing strange shadows, and when even his butler disappeared one evening, John locked the doors and stayed in the house alone for a long time. People who came to see him said that he could be seen wandering the halls like a ghost, calling out for people that only he could see. When his mansion was seen in full blaze one night, those who were first on the scene said they saw a lone man silhouetted in the flames, his feathers and skins on full display. He disappeared when they got close, but he had been seen by many in the years to come. "What did you see out there, Jason?" Jason continued to stare at the wall. "I want to help you, kid, but you have to help yourself first." He couldn't help but glance down at the kid's fingers as he let them splay out on the table like sleeping spiders. The nails were dirty, the beds crusty with something like blood, and several of them were torn and ragged. There was grime around his mouth, too, and Wiley would have bet his next paycheck that it wasn't Kool-Aid. It looked like mud or paint, but it was probably blood. Jason remained silent as the grave. "Jason, none of us believe you killed your friends. You're wrong." Wiley had been fiddling with the remote, trying not to look at the kid's hands, but when he spoke, he looked up. Jason was still staring at the wall, but his head was shaking as his teeth chattered together. The kid looked like he was staring into the mouth of hell instead of the cream-colored walls of the interrogation room. Wiley almost didn't want to ask him what he had seen, but he needed to know. He needed to know how this kid had killed 2 other kids, one of whom was a head taller than him and outweighed him by 60 pounds. "Would you like to elaborate?" Wiley asked. He didn't think the kid would for a moment, but finally he just reached slowly and pushed play on the remote. He kept looking at Wiley like he thought he might slap his hand, but when he let him go all the way across the table unsmacked, he relaxed a little. The video went on as they walked through the woods, joking and laughing as the woods lived their quiet existence around them. "We went in at 8, just after Kai's mom went to work. She wouldn't have liked us going into the South Woods. Wanted to investigate Makaro House. We wanted to do it for our first episode, but Moody said it was something we should work up to. The Makaro House was something big. We needed to be ready for it. Turned out, we weren't." On the screen, the kids kept walking through the woods, checking their compass and making their careful way through the thick brush. They were still chattering, talking about what they might find when they got there, and whether they would find the clearing or see the mysterious mansion that people talked about sometimes. Legends said that a ghostly manor appeared in the clearing sometimes, the ghost of the house that the people had seen go up in flames. Wiley didn't believe that, but as a kid, he had to admit that the clearing where the house had been was spooky. All the wood had rotted away long ago, the stones taken away for use in other things, but the land felt wrong. Wiley had never been there after dark, but people claimed to hear footsteps and see things after the sun went down. Wiley pushed fast forward on the tape and watched as the kids plodded on and on. Jason wished that he could have sped through that part of the trip. They had set out at 8, waving to Kai's mom as she pulled out of the driveway. The packs had been pulled out of the garage after she was down the road a piece, and the three set out for the woods. They knew the rough direction of Makaro House, but no one really came upon it the same way. Danny Foster had said it was a 3-mile walk from the forest's edge to the property, but Jamie had claimed that he and his friends had walked for what seemed like hours. "When we found it, though," he said, "we found the house instead of an empty lot. We kept daring each other to go in, but we left when someone lit a fire on the grounds." Jason and his friends were hoping to find the house instead. And as their walk turned into a hike, Kyle stopped and looked at the compass. "We should have gotten there by now." Moody chuckled. "Maybe we're going in the wrong direction." "Can't be," Kai protested. "The directions are to go south into the south woods for 3 miles. Then you'll come to the clearing where Makaro House sits." Jason hadn't wanted to jinx it, but at the time, he thought that boded well for them finding the house. They kept walking, Kai good for an endless stream of conversation, and as the sun began to set, Jason found that he was out of breath. His tongue felt like leather as it stuck to the roof of his mouth, and the lunch they had brought had been eaten hours ago. Moody had argued that they should turn around and head back, but Jason had finally vocalized that this could mean they were going to find the house instead of an empty lot. He was hopeful, right up until they got what they wanted. When the sun went down, Wiley knit his brows together. "I thought you and your friends were only in the woods for a few hours." Jason shook his head slowly. "We were, and we weren't. The time on the camera says we walked for 8 hours before I turned it off, but when I got picked up by the side of the road, it was barely noon." Wiley pursed his lips. How was that possible? The video cut out, the battery in the camera having been exhausted, and Jason nodded at the screen. "Those batteries have a max life of 3 hours. Dad said it was the best battery they had when he ordered it for me, and it was pretty expensive. There's no way one of those batteries could have recorded for 8 hours, but it did." The recording came back on, and Wiley was shocked to see that they were standing on the lawn of an old Gothic mansion. The sun setting behind the house made a perfect backdrop for the shot, and the boys were oohing and ahhing appreciatively. None of them seemed to believe what they were seeing, the whole thing a little otherworldly, and they seemed to be having some kind of argument about who was going to approach the house first. "Is that it?" Wiley stopped to wet his lips. "It can't be. The Makaro house burned down hundreds of years ago." "But there it is," Jason said, his eyes still fixed on the wall, "in all its glory." And oh, what glory there had been in it. Moody had gawped at the house as if he had never seen one before. "No way. There's no way." "That's impossible," Kyle breathed. "That house burned to the ground before our fathers' fathers were even thought of." "But there it is," Jason said, mirroring his later statement, though he could not have known it, "in all its glory." As the sun set behind it, Jason thought it looked even spookier than it would at night. The mansion rose like an obelisk towards the sky, its towering roofs looking naked without flags or pinions. The boys stood at the edge, trying to shame or bluster one another into going into there first, but in the end, Jason took the first step. The others looked surprised at his boldness, but they followed closely after, not wanting to be thought less of. Jason expected the house to disintegrate as he approached, an illusion or a trick of the light, but As his foot came to rest on the boards of the old house, he felt their solidity and continued to climb. When the door opened for them, the broad double doors swinging jauntily on their hinges, the three boys pulled back as if preparing to run. The camera captured their indecision, the doors yawning wide as if waiting to receive them. Jason seemed to surprise even himself as he came forward to investigate. "Wait, what if it's a trap? This whole place shouldn't even exist. If you think I'm going to pass up a chance to explore it, you're wrong." Jason went in, pausing just inside the doors as if expecting them to crash shut. When they didn't, Moody followed him, and Kai brought up the rear. Makaro House lived up to its gothic exterior, the inside full of soft, dark velvet and antique furniture. There was a fire burning in the hearth inside the sitting room, tables spread with books in the library, and as they came up the long hall that led towards what was undoubtedly a dining room, Jason began to smell something. It was something like a stew or maybe a roast, and the smell of meat brought them to the dining room. A long table sat in the middle, 8 chairs on each side of it, and at the end sat a wrinkled old man eating soup from a bowl. It was hard to tell before they got close, but the old man looked like he might have been Native American. He was dressed in hides, feathers adorning his head and necklace, and he wore a beaded necklace with bones and claws on it. He looked up as they approached, glowering at them evenly, before returning to his meal. He ignored the boys, all 3 standing back apprehensively, before Jason found the courage to speak. "Excuse me, sir, is this your house?" The spoon froze on its way to his mouth, and the old man looked like he had been slapped. "My house?" he asked, his voice sounding thin and whispery. "No, child, but it was paid for by my people. We paid with our blood. We paid with our lives, and in the end the cost was high. I took some of that cost from the previous owner of this home, and now it's only me who lives here." Kai made an uncomfortable noise in his throat, like a dog trying to tell its owner that something wasn't safe, and Jason understood the feeling. "Well, we'll leave you to it then. We didn't mean to." "Leave?" The old man sounded amused. "Oh no. No one leaves Makaro House, not until they've played the game. It was always a way for our warriors to test their mettle, and I have so longed to see it played again. Will you join me? If not, I'm afraid you might find it quite hard to leave." Moody took a step back, and Jason heard his footsteps on the carpet as he tried to retreat. "What's the game?" Jason asked, figuring they could outrun the old coyote if it came down to it. Jason wondered why he had thought of him that way, but he didn't have time to ponder it then. "Choose your piece from my necklace," the old man said, slipping it off and laying it on the table. "Claw, talon, or fang." "Then what?" Moody asked, Kai moving behind him as if afraid to come too close. "Then we start the game," the old man said, smiling toothily. For an old man, he certainly had a lot of sharp teeth. "Okay," Moody said, walking forward as Kai followed in his wake. "I choose the claw." "Talon," Kai said, reaching out to touch it. "Fang," Jason said, and put his hand out. He felt a sudden, violent shifting in his guts. He was shrinking, the world moving rapidly all around him. He was smaller, but was more than he was, and he was trapped. His legs scrambled at things that held him, and he tore it to pieces as he freed himself. He heard a loud roar, and something big rose up before him. The bear was massive, ragged bits of something hanging from him, and Jason was afraid that he would kill him before he could get truly free of the snare. Something screeched then, flying at the bear's face and attacking him. Jason saw blood run down the snout of the bear as it tried to get the bird or hawk or whatever it was off its face. Jason circled and looked for an opening. He was low, on all fours, and he could smell the hot blood as it coursed down the bear's muzzle. Blood and meat and fear and desire mingled in him, and as something laughed, he turned and saw a large coyote sitting at the table. Its grin was huge, its snout longer than any snout had a right to be, and he was laughing in a strange half-animal, half-man way. The hawk suddenly fell before Jason, twitching and gasping as it died, and he knew the time to strike was now. Jason leapt on the bear, his arms trying to crush him, but not able to find purchase. He sank his teeth into the bear's throat, and for a moment he was afraid that he wouldn't make it through all that thick fur. The bear tried to bring its claws to bear, but as the wolf worried at it with its fangs, he was rewarded with a mouthful of hot blood. The bear kept trying to rake him with those claws, but its movements were becoming less coordinated. When it fell, the whole room shook with the sound of thunder, and Jason rolled off it as it lay still. "Bravo! Bravo!" cried the coyote, clapping its paws together in celebration. "Well fought, young wolf. Well fought." Jason took a step towards him, but suddenly he was falling. It was as if a whirlpool had opened up beneath him, and he was being sucked into it. Jason thrashed and snarled, trying to get his balance, but he was powerless against the pull as it flung him down into the depths of some strange and terrible abyss. He came to in the empty clearing where the house had been, and that was where he had found his friends. Wiley rewound the tape, not quite sure what to make of it. So this strange man offered to play a game, and then he changed you three into animals. Jason nodded, looking like one of those birds that dips its head into water. "I picked Fang, so I was the wolf. The game wasn't fair. We didn't know what we were doing, but I still killed Moody. I killed both of them because I'd been the one to approach the house first. I killed them when I agreed to play the game. It's my fault. I'm a murderer." Wiley wasn't so sure, but it was hard to argue with the evidence. The video showed Jason dropping the camera, and then suddenly there was a lot of snarling and screeching. Wiley heard the animals fighting, but he heard something else too. Something was laughing, really having a good belly chuckle, and it sounded like a hyena. He couldn't see it. It was all lost amongst the carpet. But suddenly the carpet had turned into grass, and the camera was lying outside in the midday sun. Someone got up. Someone sobbed and moaned out in negation, and then they walked away. That was where the video ended. In the end, Jason was sent for psychiatric evaluation, and the whole thing was chalked up to a drug-induced episode. Jason and his friends were drugged by an old man in the woods, and while under the influence of an unknown substance, a substance that didn't show up in any toxicology screening, they killed each other. Blood was found on Jason, blood belonging to Marshall Moody, but blood from the fingernails of Moody was determined to belong to Kay Dillon, which really helped push the narrative that Detective Wiley was working with. He told the press to report an old man in the woods who was drugging people, and pushed the stranger danger talks a little harder that year on school visits. After that day, the tape he took from Jason Weeks was never seen again, but Wiley believed that the boys had run up against something they weren't prepared for. When John Makaro had led the extermination of the Native Americans that dwelt on the land, he had angered something that he wasn't prepared for either. Wiley's grandmother had liked to tell stories about Coyote, the trickster god, who could be as fierce as he was cunning when he needed to be. Wiley didn't think they would ever find an old man out there in the woods, but he didn't doubt others would find him. Coyote liked his games, especially when the players were people he saw as interlopers. Makaro House remained a town legend, and Wiley had little doubt that those foolish enough to enter would be presented with the same game these boys had been given. Wiley shuddered to think how the next challenge might go when Coyote needed more amusement.